everyone. I hope you are doing well today. If you're viewing this on my usual stream, the stream layout will look different because this is a dual stream of my usual stream and the SudokuCon stream. So huge thank you to the SudokuCon organizers for letting me do this with doing basically nothing different. The only thing is you won't see rules above my head like you usually do. However, if you're currently in hour 22 of a Sudoku stream, you can probably guess what the rules to this puzzle are. Anyway, in terms of things to plug, SudokuCon tickets are now on sale. And if you are one of my regulars, I would love to meet you there. So by all means, please do that. And if you're from the SudokuCon side of things, hey, I'm zetamath, and I stream 2 days a week, and also should advertise that I have been posting solves of the puzzles from Sudoku's Topology 1 per day. And by I have been posting, I of course mean my lovely husband Tristan has been posting 1 per day. So those have been fun, and some people have said they enjoy the longer ones. I did do one that was over 60 minutes the other day. So those of you who like the longer ones, you definitely have that. I should also mention that because this is sort of co-streamed with this SudokuCon stream, there are sort of 2 chats. There is the chat on YouTube and the seemingly completely dead chat on Twitch. So I don't know if anyone will at any point say anything on the chat on Twitch, maybe not. But anyway, there is a thing over there. Also, Tristan, if you are listening, I am told there's no Discord link. So anyway, I think that is all that I have to say. So I think I'm just going to do some puzzles today. I normally start with the most voted on puzzle. We are going to do that today. However, it turns out that that is a Hashikabi Battleship by Nell, which I was excited to do. However, I was told basically that it would be a complete nightmare to do for the SudokuCon folks. So I will instead do this so that we don't have to do anything radical for their layout. And I will promise that there will be a Battleship Hashikabi Nell puzzle in the very near future on my stream. Okay, so this, despite having the title Quadruple number 2, I'm not quite sure why it is called that. This is not a quadruple puzzle. This is an arrow puzzle. Perhaps this is a new naming convention where I should just start calling my puzzle like German Whisper number 3, and then have that going by elsewhere. But we'll see. But anyway, this is just regular arrows, no anti-knight, no anything, since you can't see the rules. This digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along these. Okay, in theory, this is meant to also be streaming on Twitch,
but... We're gonna have to redo our intro.
What?
We're gonna have to redo our intro. So start when I...
Oh, Tristan is telling me I should, like, redo something or whatever?
Let
me do just, like...
the beginning of stream.
Okay. Apologies to all of the people who are going to get to see me introduce myself again.
I'll tell you when.
I'm going to sit here quietly while Tristan towers over me, looking very intimidating. Yes, I can be replaced with Big Z. Ba-doop. Ba-doop.
Yep. I said go.
Oh, go. I see. Hello, everyone. I'm doing this in 2 places at once, which also, funnily enough, means this is the second time I'm doing this. But I'm zetamath, so you might recognize me from my stream or my videos, or from the fact that my puzzles have an odd tendency to appear on on Cracking the Cryptic. But apparently there's no sound, so that's always a good sign. On the other hand, there are people in chat who can see me, so that's something. Uh, ooh, Zeta's streaming on Twitch. Better go watch. I will. Also, it says full deck and missing under the things. Now cannot see or hear me. Oh, good, good, good. I am so glad that I do not deal with technology. It was a good decision in my life. Uh, People do very often say like, imagine what the stream would be like without without Tristan. And it is very easy to imagine what the stream would be like without Tristan. There would not be one. Huge thank you to Tristan behind the scenes dealing with whatever is happening. Jim asks if I'm not starting off with a Ubon. I was going to start off with a crazy pencil puzzle, but I think it turns out the layout would have been a little bit irksome to the people who are clipping everything. Because of that, I'm not doing. I'm probably not going to do any weird YouTube or Ubon things. As much as I would love to do a weird Ubon thing, who knows? Uh, the Ubon Con, yeah. I mean, I assume the Sudoku Con is not going to be dismissive of pencil puzzles, since pencil puzzles are the superior evolution of Sudoku, after all. I presume they will just eventually rename Sudoku Con to Pencil Puzzle Con, or perhaps to, as Agarian suggests, the highest form of being to Ubon Con. So we will get there in time. I have no idea if anyone can hear me yet or not over on the Twitch stream. Uh, but Oh, it was the last 24-hour thing where you started watching, Emma? Oh, that's awesome. Well, happy to have you. You've been a huge contributor to the stream since then. So great to having you. I hope those over there are enjoying. Does the technical difficulties screen at least have like cute penguins on it or something? Uh, we should have a cute technical difficulties stream with penguins. Although then it would probably be like the music we have at our introductions where people get sad when the screen goes away and I show up. So maybe we shouldn't have a cute technical difficulties stream or screen. Uh, Yeah, I to be clear, I am not at all hurt by by the name Sudoku-kan. I think that probably rolls off the tongue a lot easier than Pencil Puzzle Con or whatever variation. Uh, and I feel like Puzzle Con probably you're going to attract the wrong sort of crowd where you'll get those like weird uh jigsaw puzzle people, and we don't really want them there, right? So you gotta go with Sudoku Con will probably get at least mostly the right people. uh oh, audio on Twitch now. Is there also video on Twitch? Or have we gone from video to audio? It's alive! It's alive! Hello, everyone watching on Twitch. If you have seen me in various places, I'm zetamath. So you might have seen my stream, which is also up now. So if I seem to be talking to you in a weird way, it is because I'm simultaneously doing this over on my stream on YouTube and on the Sudoku Con thing on Twitch. So anyway, hello there. I already told my people about the Sudoku Con thing, but if you somehow are watching the Sudoku Con stream and you don't know about Sudoku Con, Sudoku Con is an exciting opportunity for all of us puzzle folks to meet each other. So I'm very excited for that, and I'm told tickets are on sale now, so you can buy the tickets. Yeah, this is my opportunity to see what it is like to have simulcast on Twitch and YouTube, which I've occasionally contemplated doing, but have not done. I guess this doesn't say. I should actually really say I guess I don't have a pinned link either. That this puzzle is by Blashyrkh. I will post a link at least in the YouTube, and I think I can probably post a link to the puzzle in Twitch if I'm allowed to talk in Twitch. It looks like I'm allowed to talk in Twitch. So this is the puzzle that we're going to start with in a minute. Anyway, if you are watching on Twitch and you're enjoying it, I should say I do this twice a week. So I would encourage you to come by and say hi at youtube.com/zetamathdoespuzzles, which probably could also be linked over on Twitch if someone is able. So anyway, come by and subscribe. We do this, as I said, twice a week. And also of late, I have been streaming all the puzzles, or sorry, not streaming. I've been releasing a video per day of the puzzles from this new game that came out called Sudoku Topology, which I'm enjoying, that involves like doing things like Sudoku puzzles on Mobius strips or whatever. So anyway, if you want to see those and want to see my head get really hurt, you can go ahead and show that. All right, so we're starting with this puzzle. And it's pinned. Oh, Tristan didn't pin it here. I see. I can pin it here. So it can be pinned in both places, provided that I actually pinned the link to this real puzzle and not to a different thing. Tristan can pin it otherwise. But this puzzle is oddly called Quadruple 2, even though there's no quadruples in it. So I have already joked about how this is going to result in my renaming these renaming my puzzles to just be the name of a Sudoku variant that is not in the puzzle followed by a number. I think that is a good naming convention for Sudoku puzzles going forward. So look forward to zetamath's thermometer number 6 coming soon. Yes, Zach will assuredly visit SudokuCon. I don't know if Big Z will be able to make it to SudokuCon though. Big Z is pretty Big Z is big. But Zach will assuredly sneak into a carry-on as the emotional support penguin. So don't tell anyone that he is actually a celebrity. Imagine, yeah. So, David, I did originally stream the first 3 puzzles of Sudoku Topology, where indeed I did get to see what it was like having chat try and tell me what cell they were talking about and saying like, oh, there's a naked single over there on that back left corner, except by then I've rotated the grid, and so now it's the upper right corner, and then it was insanity to try and talk about a 3D puzzle grid with chat trying to indicate anything. And like at some point Naverio was trying to communicate to me that I could color 2 cells on a cube that had to be the same digit, and that was the key to like something, and it was a little bit of a nightmare. Anywho, let's have a look at this puzzle, Quadruple number 2. I think this is the first Blashy puzzle that I have done on stream. So we get to start, and this is probably a familiar start, with the fact that I have a few arrows that have 3 cells that all see each other. And by a few, I mean I have exactly 4. And so these all have to have at least 6. I wonder how many times in the past 24 hours, how many times have someone said that these are a 6, 7, 8, or how many times have people said this is a length 3 arrow, so it's 6, 7, 8, 9? Okay. Note, this one could in principle be a lot smaller. And so this one is, this one could be as small as 4 if you ignore all other properties. Because this one I could do something like 1-to-1, for example, on. So yeah, 4 or higher. Yeah, this is that. So yeah, so trying to think about, so I certainly know that all of these digits are at most 6. I don't know that that's going to be my favorite pencil mark that I've ever made either, but I'm going to mark it. Also, Sven has told me that these do not work. Okay, so it's impossible that there are 2 6s in these cells because if there are 2 6s in these cells, then I'd end up... Oh, no, sorry. There could be 2 6s if it's these... Oh, no, sorry. There can't be 2 6s if it's these two, right? So I can't have the 6s directly across from each other, and I can't have them perpendicular to each other either, because that would make a 1, 2, 3 quadruple in the column, and 1, 2, 3 is too few digits for a quadruple. So that means that there's not 2 6s, and since 7 is only 1, 2, 4, there aren't 2 7s either. So there's at most 1 6 and at most 1 7, and what that tells me is that there's definitely... Oh, I was going to say that means there's at least 1 8 and at least 1 9, but it doesn't immediately mean there's at least 1 8 and at least 1 9. It means there's at least 2 8 9s. But it's possible that, say, like this is 6 7 8 8 or something. I think it's probably not going to actually happen, but one never knows. Okay. We can't have 2 9s, Paul Fly points out, because the 9 in this box is definitely in this plus sign. This is the puzzle of making corner marks that I wouldn't normally. I will corner mark 9 into 5 cells in this box. And so the point is I can't repeat 9s. And so that is because if I repeated 9s, 9 would be unplaceable in this box. And so now there's at most 1 6, at most 1 7, at most 1 9. So there's certainly an 8. So this digit is at the very least not 8. So we have that. Let's see. Jay Dyer claims I also can't put 8s in these cells. I certainly can't put 8 there. Would it break if I put 8 here and this was an 8 1 9? The 3-cell arrow next to it, a 9. Yes. Okay, yeah. So, yes. So if I put an 8 here, this is the point. It makes that a 1, that a 9, but now this is a 2, 3, 4 arrow summing to 9, and Sven doesn't like that. And if there's one thing in my life I've learned, it's that you want to make Sven happy, because happiness is directly correlated to how good the features in Sudoku Pad are. So same thing with this cell, same thing. Well, this one's even more absurd. If I try and put an 8 here, I'd have to put 2 1/2s here, and then it would still break. And then an 8 here as well would do that. So these really are actually a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, because we just proved that actually there can't be 2 8s because the 8 is in here. And so if there are 2 8s, that would rule 8 entirely out of box 5. And so that means these really are a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. And so this digit is only a 4 or a 5. That is beautiful as a start. That is just gorgeous. So if this is 4 or 5, then that means this digit is assuredly 1 or 2. I threw in a 5 just for fun. And so these digits are at most 3. So now that's going to have an enormous impact, because I know that every length 3 arrow that has no repeated digits has at least 2 1 2 3s on it. So there are 2 1 2 3s here, and that is a third 1 2 3 for the row, which gives us Zeta's personal favorite, a virtual 1 2 3 triple. And hence this is not 1 2 or 3. But every length 3 arrow has 2 1 2 3s at least. So these aren't 4 5 6. These are only 1 2 3. Also, this isn't 6, by the way, because of that. Right. Okay. This people in chat are pointing out this can't be a 3, because if this digit was a 3, then these would sum to a minimum of 3, and that would sum to at least 6. This number is not a 6, so this can't actually be a 3. And in fact, if you want to be really fancy about it, frankly fancier than I care for, these are the same digit. So we can ketchup them. So we've got that. So that 1, 2 doesn't show up on this arrow. And so that tells me something cute, which is that this can't be 7, because a 7 arrow has both 1 and 2 on it. And, well, the red ketchup 1, 2 doesn't show up here. So this is not 6 or 7 for that reason. This one's only 8 or 9. Let's see. So we probably know that there's a red pancake over here. Okay, so 2 of the arrows definitely have red pancake on them, because one of these is a 6, 1, 2, 3 arrow, and one of them is a 7, 1, 2, 4 arrow. And so we need to fit 2 total red pancakes in there. I don't quite know where we're putting the red pancake yet, but we've got that. It definitely does show up on the row 7. I agree with that, because that 1, 2, 3 is absent. So there's definitely a red pancake in one of these 2 cells. If we want to pencil mark that. TwitchCon stream, getting to see all my degenerate pencil marking habits, with all the things that I do with condiments and Sven's pen tool. Okay, correct. So Jennifer points out this can't be a 6, because if this was a 6, then these would be a 1, 2 pair, but then that would break this this shenaniganery. So this is only a 4 or a 5. Let's see. I know that this 8, 9 is in one of those 2 cells. Part of me really wants to be not the other 8, 9, but I'm not actually sure I can prove that yet. Okay. I know one of these is that. So if it's that one, then the other one is over here somewhere. And it's not true. This could be on all 3 of the others, depending on exactly what combination we get. Let's see. Garion says row 6, column 6, or row 7, column 6 is a 1. That's true. Because otherwise these would be a 2, 3 pair, and 2 plus 3 plus 2 sums to more than 5. So one of these 2 is a 1. So that is assuredly not a 1. For whatever that is worth. Okay, so if that cell is 1, okay, yeah. So this is Garion's point. If this cell is 1, then this is 2, 3, 4, with that being a 9. If this cell is 1, then this is 2, 3, 4, without being 9. So one of these 2 is the arrow that does not have a 1 on it. So one of these is 2, 3, 4, no matter what, which means that neither of these can ever possibly be 9. And does therefore mean that these each have a 1 on them. So there's a 1 in those cells. There's a 1 in these cells, which means that cell is not a 1 ever. For what it is worth. That is very interesting. Yes, and this one, Johnny points out, looks back over here. That's not 1. Okay, so now actually, LM Damasi points out, we can now actually just remove 6 from these 2 arrows, because these 2 arrows, In fact, actually, there's no more 6s anywhere on arrows because we've actually proven the 9 arrow is a 2, 3, 4 arrow. And so there's no 6s because that would make a 6, 1, 2 arrow. So we can actually strip 6 off of all of these, which has now gotten us a quintuple in row 7 of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so that means that these digits are 6, 7, 8, 9, and that one's, of course, not 6. So one of these two is 6, which means that one of these two is 6. Sure. Okay. Yeah, we've got our red pancake. Well, the red pancake is not there. Sorry, the red pancake is one of those two up there. It's over here somewhere. Let's see. So one of these two is 9. Right. Okay. Carl points out through their Twitch persona, I know one of these two is a 1, which I could also interpret to say one of these two is a 1, which means that digit's never a 1. So that is true. Okay. So, yeah, so we've got our not quite quadruple here. So 3 on the column 7 here. Yes, that's a good point. So yes, so that's a good point. Because these aren't a 1, 2 pair, one of them is a 3. Which means that is not a 3. And so this is either 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 5, or 2, 3, 4, for what it is worth, because of that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Does this quintuple force this to be 8 or 9? Like, could this be 1, 2, 4? I don't think I immediately see why this can't be 1, 2, 4. See, if this is a, it's weird that if this is a 5, that's a 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Daniel says can't be 2, 3, 4, but I don't know what Daniel is saying can't be 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Carl also believes that this can't be a 7. Let's see. DWeb says the point is you can't make the row 5 column 7 arrow a 1, 2, 5 equaling 8. I agree. I can't make it a 1, 2, 5 equaling 8. So it's either 1, 3, 4 or 2, 3, 4. So the point is this is just never a 5. I see. This digit is never a 5. Because if this is a 5, then it forces, because of this corner marked 3, for this to be an arrow adding to 9, but it's not the 2, 3, 4 arrow that we know exists that adds to 9, and that means there's 2 9s. So this is just never a 5 in either instance, is the point. And so this is a 4. And we get to bring out Big Z for the 4 dance. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. So that means, of course, that this isn't the 9 because the 9 is a 2, 3, 4. So that means that's the 9. So this is not a 9. These are 2, 3, 4. And so now this is not 2 or 4. These aren't 9. This isn't 7 anymore because 7 would be 1, 2, 4. So this is an 8, but it doesn't have a 4 on it. So that means it's 1, 3, 5. Sorry, that means it's 1, 2, 5. That those numbers have the advantage over what I said the first time of actually adding to 8, which is a significant advantage, which makes that a 3. It also makes this red circle a 1 because it definitely sees a 2 in one of these two cells. So I can remove the 2. Makes it a 1. It's like, what happened? I said it makes it a 1 and then I hit 2. That's what happened. And so there we go. So that is not a 1. It's not an 8. These aren't 8, of course. And so I know that's not an 8. I know that's not an 8. And so this being a 6 or a 7 arrow means it definitely has a 1 and a 2 on it. So this is a 5, which is going to get us 5, 2, and 1 going into the grid. Also, 1 plus 1 plus 3 is 5. We on this channel call that doing math. Let's see. That is an 8. I can get rid of these. Can get rid of that. So we have that. Let's see. Yes, there's a 1 and a 2 here, meaning that this is 3 or 4, points out DWeb, because there's a 1 and a 2 on this. So that means that this is the only not 1, 2 digit on this arrow. So these are 1 and 2. Oh, also, right, there's also just no 5 on this arrow because, again, we know this arrow is 1, 2, 3 or 1, 2, 4. Good point. So that's going to buy us a 2, 3, 4 quadruple in this row. And now this digit is at least 5, plus this digit is at least 2. That means this digit can only be 7 or 8. And so that means that this is 5 or 6. And, oh, this cell just is 2. Because I was going to say 2 or 3, but Sven tells me that Sven does not like it being 3. So this cell's definitely a 2, which sorts out all of that. 6 and 7. Like that. And so that fills in a whole pile of stuff for us. Let's see. This cell is only 7 or 8, just for the record, just by looking at the digits that it sees. Let's see. This is at least a 4, plus this is at least a 3, so this is also at least a 7, but this one could be 9. This one, that's at least a 5, plus that's at least a 3, so this one's an 8 or a 9 only. So we've got all of these floating around. So if this one's an 8 or a 9, then that means this digit here, for example, is only able to be a 5 or 6, with this only able to be a 3 or a 4. So same sort of wiggle room. This one, if it's not a 4, that's going to be a problem, because if this cell isn't a 4, then it's at least a 7 plus 3. That's too many. So this cell's just always 4. And so this number can be 3, 4. This one's also a 3 or a 4 if you actually math it out, and it's not a 4 because it's not 1, 2, could be 3. It's not 4 by sudoku. It's not 5, and then 6 is too big. So this is always a 3, making that a 7, 2, 3, 4. And now this has to be 4, 5, adding to 9. Like that. Let's see. We've got a 5 somewhere in this row. I don't think that's immediately helpful. Let's see. What can I do with this arrow now? Probably I should mark this box. So yeah, so we've got a 6, 9 there, a 7, 8 there. So there's definitely a 7 over there somewhere for whatever that is worth. There's definitely a 9 down here somewhere. Let's see. Do I want to mark this? Maybe I just want to mark these cells. Yes. This cell is a naked single 4 is the only thing that does that. Yeah, so there is a difficult to install but completely magical button that will just center mark cells based on what they can be, is what that is. So that's a 4 because there's a 6 and a 9. That's a 3 and that's a 2. Okay, I didn't think the key was just going to be hitting the mark button, but actually maybe the key from here is hitting the mark button. I wanted to fill in this arrow first, but it looks like maybe we don't get to do that. 8 and 7, 1 over there. These are a 5, 9 pair. We can fill in that. Let's see, these are 6, 8, or 9. Sure. I mean, I assume that the mark button was created by CTC fans. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 7, 8, 9 triple in this box. So these cells can't be 7, 8, or 9. So in particular, they're not 8 or 9, and that one's not 7, which means those are a 2, 4 pair, and that somehow is a 3. Let's see. We'll continue painting the world with pencil marks because I have no shame whatsoever. 4 and 2. Let's see. Okay, we've got some more stuff. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. 5, 8, 9 triple in this column means that's a 7. So this isn't 7 or 8 or 9. Or 5 actually, because it was a 5, 8, 9 triple. So that's a 4 and that's a 1. Let's see. We're pretty close to a 5, 6, 8 triple, but not quite there. This is a quad, though, of 5, 6, 8, and 9, Mr. Don points out. And so that means that is a 7, which means that's a 5, which now means that's a 6, and that's a 9. Those are an 8, 9, so this cell is given, and I'll go ahead and fill in the rest, because why not? So that is a 3. That is an 8. 9, 8, 5, 9. Those are an 8, 9 pair, so that's a 5. That's a 7 because octopus. Children, ask your parents to explain it to you. Let's see. Can go ahead and do that. Let's see. So we get a 1, 2, 5, 7, 4, 1, 8, 9. 5, 4, 3, 9, 5, 8, 6, 9, 8, 6, 8, 9, 6. Very nice. Very nice. And I see there is an advertisement here for the Sudoku Con stream currently happening that you are watching, whether you like it or not, I suppose. But yeah, excellent puzzle. I really enjoyed that one. I'm going to take a real quick break. And I'll be back in just a moment with yet further puzzlage. So see you all in just a moment. Oops. All right, welcome back. I'll wait a second for the SudokuCon thing to kick in for this. I know it's going to take a second to get all of this lined up. A Playmaker puzzle that I can't believe I haven't done yet. I mean, I guess it's relatively new, but I mean, just look at this grid. This is a cool looking grid. It is insanely symmetrical too. What even is not symmetrical here? Oh, it's the 5 and the 10. Okay, so Twitch is back. So welcome back, Twitch, with a Playmaker puzzle. A Playmaker bag of tricks kind of puzzle, which I always quite enjoy. So we've got a bunch of things that have probably appeared a lot today. So arrows that appeared in the last puzzle. Killer cages, which have the indicated sum. And normally I'd say digits can't repeat, but I don't have to say that this time because there aren't any places where digits could repeat, so I won't mention it at all. And also, oh, Tristan, can you put a link in chat? I've completely lost track of where all of these things are. And we have a region sum line here where the point is that basically what we have is 3 killer cages, which are this pair, this set of 3, and this pair, and the rule is they all have the same sum. So basically the idea is you just sort of view this as cutting off the line at these points, and then you get an equal sum. All right, and then last up we have the German whispers, along which adjacent digits must differ by at least 5. So let's go ahead and mark stuff. And so I think right away, my inclination is to low-high color this grid. Oh, Meme Rister wants to do away with German whispers. Can we get rid of Dutch whispers first, though? If we could get rid of Dutch whispers first, that would be great. Okay, I'm gonna mark this sort of weirdly as a high-low pair because I notice that this means immediately that 3 of the lows are gone in this box. So the sum of this line's actual minimum is 1 low and then 2 numbers that are higher than a low. So that would be 1, 5, 6. So the minimum sum of this line is 12. So that means that these numbers are at least 3, continuing the train. And also, per the previous one, these digits are also both high. And one of them definitely lands on the line, if you think about it, because one of them can land in the 10 cage. But the other one has to land on this line. I am assuming they can't both land on the line, but maybe they could. Okay. I see. So people want to do this math smarter. Okay. I will consent to doing the math smarter, which is to note that these 7 cells sum to a minimum of 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 is 28, minus 15. So that means these cells sum to a minimum of 13. So that means I can get rid of a 3 over here. So if we could get rid of 1 more, we could rule there being any low digits out of these at all. But I don't think I'm quite there yet. And I do know things like this is a low and a high, and this is a low and a high. So that is kind of interesting unto itself. And I do know that these numbers are at most 6, which isn't enough to earn them a color, but is at least enough. I mean, I know that one's not a 5. And so this digit is 1 or high. I don't really want to mark that, but I'm going to anyway, just to note that I know it. So, oh, and it's never 6 for the reason that it would make both of those a 1. So we've almost made it spell 1729, but sadly we have just missed, which is tragic, if you ask me. Okay. What are these 15 cages doing is the next question that I have, because they, like, assuredly the fact that these things are known to be high is meant to interact with something. Now, I definitely need at least one 6, 7, 8, 9 along this thing, because if I don't use any 6, 7, 8, 9s, this isn't something nearly enough. So certainly there's A6, 7, 8, 9 here, and there's A6, 7, 8, 9 here, although there's no reason why necessarily that is the same as any of the other 6, 7, 8, 9s that we're looking at. Let's see. 17 feels like an incredibly middling total. I guess every 17 has A, 7, 8, 9, and A, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's always like A high and A low, at least, in the 17 cage. If you just look at all the options for the totals, which, apologies, you can't see. Normally it pops up on screen, but you cannot today see it. Yeah, what are we doing now with our lives? Let's see. Yeah, Jim says one of these two has to be from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Because the second highest digit in a 17 cage is always from 6, 7, 8, 9, and I guess the same thing is true over here, which gets us to almost but not quite all the high digits in, say, row 1. And the fact that the 5 snuck in there is really irksome as well. Let's see. And yeah, I know there's certainly a high digit in here, certainly a high digit in here. Let's see. Is there something like this can't really be 1, 4 because it would break? If this is 1, 4, then that means the best I could do for this line would be 2. No, it would just be 2, 5, 6, which is already as good as it is anyway. I mean, can't this just be anything, basically? I think if I marked the high-lows on these cells, I think it would be anything. So yeah, I don't think I have any sort of easy go-tos on the 2-cell ones. I mean, I would be like literally every number except 5, right? Is I think the pencil mark. I do know that 1 is high and 1 is low. Oh, mark it as a high-low pair. Yeah. The in terms of it is a high and a low. Yeah, that is a worthwhile thing to mark. See, the funny thing is I usually mark that with a green line. But yeah, these are green, blue, or some other sort of line to mark that. Yeah, but I'm trying not to introduce too many crazy zeta notations. But that is a good way to do it. Let's see. Carl says row 4, column 5. And row 6, column 5, sum to something between 13 and 17. Hey, Drilier, how are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. No, these pencil marks are good. These pencil marks they're gonna be the thing that cracks the puzzle. D-Web, don't worry about it. Let's see. Okay, I think I can probably prove that this 10 cage can't be 1-9. Because if this 10 cage is 1-9, then that's going to knock out 2-3 from here. And so now the best I'm going to do is 4-5-6. I guess even that's not terrible. 4-5-6 would only be 15. These things can certainly sum to 15. I mean, I don't like it, but it doesn't break immediately, I don't think. Yeah, it would force weird things with these two digits. It would force these to be a 6-9 pair. So this is completely nuts, but if this is a 1-9, now these two digits both need to show up in this box, and they're not there. So if these are a 4-5-6 triple, one of them can be a 6, and one of them can be the 9 from here. So these would sum to 15 in that instance. Now, is there something I'm supposed to see that would make that go nuts? Is there a reason they would be 6-9 instead of 7-8? Sotir? Right. These two would be 7-8. So it does actually break, albeit in an incredibly... Oh, no, it doesn't necessarily... Oh, it does break. It does break. But in an incredibly convoluted way. But yes, I agree that if I fill in 1-9 here, then this is 2-3, which makes these 4-5-6, which makes these 6-9, which makes these two cells 7-8. The sum is 15, so these are both 6-9. Now where did the 6-9 go in this box? And the answer is here, except that doesn't work because this 6 sees a 6-9 pair in the column. I'm going to go out on a wild limb and guess that's not what Playmaker had in mind as a deduction. So that is... but that is somewhat interesting. So if we make this a... Oh, right. This isn't even a complete proof that this isn't 1-9. Right. Okay, so I think the point is probably to think about the fact that these cells sum to 30. And so something funny happens in the instance where the sum is 15. Which is that if the sum is 15, then these two things sum to 15. And so that means these two are the same. So in the world where the sum is 15, then weird things happen. In particular, these two sum to 15, these two sum to 15. And that doesn't work because then this cell sees a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, is the thing that I see. I guess I should say what is the minimum of these? Because this line sums to a maximum, an absolute maximum of 17. So these sum to a minimum of 13. So these are assuredly at least from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. As I realized Carl said earlier. But I've become more desperate since then. And so if the sum is... I want to next do the sum is 17, because if the sum is 17, that might also break. If the sum is 17, then these are an 8-9 pair, which then means that 8 and 9 go in these two cells. Don't quite see it. And I think we have a very convoluted proof that 15 can't be the sum, but it's a very convoluted one. One of these two definitely is on this slanty line. Remember, that is one thing we know. Could maybe be that two of them are on the slanty line, but at least one is on the slanty line. So that's too many 6, 7, 8, 9s in the column. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so yeah, so if these are 8, 9, the point is that makes these two cells 8, 9, and these two cells 6, 7, because they need to be a sum to 13 that doesn't involve 8 or 9. And so that gives you a 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple in the column. Doesn't work. And I'm being told the same happens with 7, 9. If these are 7, 9, that sums to 16. I'd need these to sum to 14 without using 7 or 9. So these would be 6, 8, but that would be a 7 or a 9. Okay, yeah, so these are not 8, 9, and they're not 7, 9. So the sum is minimum 13, maximum 15. I don't know if we ever actually broke the sum being 15 just completely in general. I don't think we have yet. Let's see. Okay, there we go. That's beautiful. Okay, so the point is if the sum is 15, then there's two universes, one of which, well, there's really only 0 universes, I guess, but if the sum is 15, the point is these are both from 6, 7, 8, 9, but they can't be the same because this is also a sum to 15 in that instance. But if they're different, that means this two-cell whisper sees a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, and you're going to have a hard time making a two-cell whisper work if it sees a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. So the point of this two-cell whisper is to say there is a high digit that does not appear in either of these things. And so that rules out 15. So now we're only at 13 and 14 as our possibilities. You could equally well have used the whisper up here, although I think it would have worked fine with either one. You don't have to use both. I don't think. I think Playmaker just wanted the grid to be symmetrical. Okay. So now if this sums to a maximum of 14, these sum to a minimum of 16 now. which means that these are not 4, 5, or 6, right? Did I do that right? I think that's right? These sum to a minimum of 16. So that suggests to me that I could have done this way better. Okay, yeah, as soon as I said that these were... I guess I could have done this. As soon as I said that these were at a minimum 15, this would have been way easier. Because these are a maximum of 15. That was a pretty easy thing to prove. That means that these are a minimum of 15, so they're not 4 or 5, which means I do have my 6, 7, 8, 9 in the column, which then rules out my 15 pretty easily. If I've colored these already, it makes it easier to rule out my 15. Okay, so now this line has a high digit and 2 not high digits. Okay. Yeah, so this is certainly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and 5 has to go somewhere in the box, which is that the 5 is on this diagonal. And right, the point is, like, once you've then ruled out 15, then you now know that these actually sum to at least 16 and definitely contain a 9. Sorry, I was doing that. I was just trying to reconstruct the earlier argument better, which is what I usually do, is to reconstruct an argument until I like it or until I give up. And so anyway, so there is a 9 in here because we've just said these sum to 16 or 17. And so that means there's no 1 here. Several people say no 6. Oh, no 6 on the arrow. Sorry. I thought you were saying no 6 in the circle, and I was confused. But yeah, no 6s for sure. So these are all now low or green. So 5s are green by tradition, and these cells we know aren't 5s. So these are now honestly low, which means that these cells are honestly high, which means that these cells are honestly low. And I can remove the 1 from these. And I'll just fill in that these are definitely from 1, 2, 3, 4, even though that's kind of implied by the way that I have colored them, but what are you going to do? Okay, so all of that got sorted out. So yeah, there's definitely not a 1 in here anymore for whatever that is worth. Very little, I suspect. I can actually fill in that these are all low or 5 as well, for what it is worth. Yeah, we know there's a 5. We know there's a low digit and a high digit, so still sort of minimizes 12, which is the same minimum I was getting earlier. Okay. What are we doing? Okay, so can these be 8, 9? Is there some reason why these being 6, 7 would be a problem? I don't really see why. Is the question, where does 1 go? Because 1 could go here. And I can sneak 1 into the 17 cage, although it's complicated. It would require an 8 over here. But 1 could just go here, and that's not super exciting. I'm just looking at the fact that I have a 1 corner mark looking across. So there either is a 1 on here, which there probably is, or there's a 1 in the 17 cage, which maybe there is, or there's a 1 here, which would be disappointing. So can this be 4-6? I guess is the next natural thing to ask. Is if this is 4-6, does that break something? That is true. Okay, so that's a good point from Martin. There's definitely a 789 on here, because if there wasn't, the sum would be a max of 11, and we know it's more than that. There's definitely a 789 on here, so that means that's a virtual 789 triple. That means these digits are never as big as 7, 8, or 9. So they're at most 6, and I can also prove for you that they are not 1, because I can't put a 10 next to it. And so what that means is that these digits are therefore at least 5 and up to that. So these are orange-green. These are blue-green. So yeah, so that cell's not a 789. That cell's not a 789. So the last 789 actually is there. Is the point, because we can place it by these virtual triples looking across this row. Okay, that's very cool. I really like that. So these two virtual triples place my last 789 here. And so that is well, it's a 7, 8, in fact. So that does force a 6 and a 5 on here. So, and this is a 2. Oh, also this is a 2, 3. So that makes this a 1, 4. And so this is a 5, a 6, and a 2, 3. Those are my options. Yeah, so a 5, a 6, and a 2 or a 3. And it can't add to 13. We said 13 is too small, I think. At some point, did we say 13 was too small? I don't remember. Okay, but these are a 5, a 6, and a 2, 3. So this is not a 4 or a 1. So yeah, 5 or 6 and 2, 3 is indeed what we have. So that all agrees. Everything so far. Okay, and we know there is a 6 on one of these. Oh, I colored these in some dumb way. I'm just going to get rid of the coloring, because I said that those could be 6. This was correctly colored, but this wasn't. It is true, the 1, 4 does look up. So this is not 1 or 4. That's not 1. So now we actually have a 1 corner marked in this box, legitimately, or quasi-legitimately at the least. It's going to make it a lot harder for this to be a 7, but not impossible. Let's see. Okay, we've got our virtual 789 triple. So I can, I guess, fill in that these cells are at most 6, which will be popular, I suspect. And one of them isn't 6. I will also grant you. See, Emma claims that these are the same. I'm not sure if that's true. If these two are the same, that is true. But is there a reason these two can't be different? So this cell is different from this one. I'm not sure. I see. A 1 in column 1 is now either exactly here, or it's down here in the 17 cage. That is getting quite tricksy. But I do not know yet what to anticipate out of it. Wait, oh, no, sorry. I was going to say one of these sees a 6, 7, 8, 9, but that's not true. Because it always has a 7, 8, 9. Do I know that these are different? I thought I only proved that they would be different in a few cases where it didn't end up being true. I don't think I ever proved that these two are just unconditionally different. Because if that's true, it would be a little bit helpful in that it would say that these are both things that aren't on either sum. But yeah, something like 5, 8 in both of these looks okay. At least a first approximation. Tallcat pointing out that if you look ahead far enough, 5, 8 doesn't work. But it involves a lot of filling in digits and then counting up different sums. I think Playmaker saw something more general here than like, if you fill in enough Tallcat digits, then it doesn't work. So they assuredly both can't be 5, 9. Or sorry, they both can't be 4, 9, because that would look at 2 9s. So if they're the same, they are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so they're these two digits. And so assuredly they involve a 5. And then they must involve an 8. So assuredly, if they are the same, the thing they're the same is 5, 8. And so that's 13. In which case, then that means that these would be an 8, 9 pair, and it breaks because you have an 8, 9 pair looking at that. That's quite a lot of steps. For what it's worth, for my taste. But I don't think that's what Playmaker is thinking. 6. of column 5. Sorry, I'm trying to... okay, so Playmaker is saying it as these 4 cells add to 30, which is true because of that. So these 4 cells add to 30, and these 4 cells also add to 30. But they can't be 6, 7, 8, 9, because if they were 6, 7, 8, 9, then I would have broken the 6 in this box. Right? So they have to have a repeated digit if they're 4 cells that sum to 30, and they're not 6, 7, 8, 9. And so that means that this digit shows up here and this digit shows up here. That's very nice. Okay, that is a very nice framing of what is happening here. Oh, I guess one of them can be 6, 7, 8, 9, but they can't both be 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe, is what's actually happening. Yeah, they're assuredly not both 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Carl says, I don't think the sum can be 14 because row 4, column 1, and row 6, column 9 both become 7. Let's see. So we have proven one way or another that these are not the same. And so if these are not the same, then they feature a 7, 8, 9. They each feature a different 7, 8, 9. Uh, I'm trying to understand what people are saying about the 7, 8, 9s in this box. So these have different 7, 8, 9s, and they see that 7, 8, 9. So these are a 7, 8, 9 triple, is the way to think about this, I think. Okay, these are a 7, 8, 9 triple, but also these are a 7, 8, 9 triple. So this 7, 8, 9 is the one that shows up here, is what is really, I think, being claimed here, is that this shows up over here somewhere. And then symmetrically, the one that's here shows up over here somewhere. Because of the like weird triples that we actually have sort of in 2 different ways from the way they're looking at, the weird triples that we have in 2 different ways, we know that those 2 are the same. And so if that's the case, that does indeed prove what has been claimed, that all of these are actually the same digit. So we will mark that. Okay, so no 9, no 9, which means these aren't 4 and these aren't 4. Those are all the same digit. And let's see. Does that make this 14 point easier to see? Weirdly, the 1 in this row is corner marked over here, funnily enough. One of these two cells is definitely 1. And one of these two cells is definitely... No, sorry, it's not true that one of those two cells is definitely 1, because the 1 could be there. It feels weird for these to be 7s with that being a 1-2, but I don't know why that breaks right offhand. Let's see. Yeah, the Sudoku Con people are seeing a little bit how we should do that one anti-night puzzle that Selena and Garian and friends were all guest stars in. Let's see. Okay, so people are saying if the sum is 14, then that makes these sum to 16. So that makes them 7, 9. So if the sum is 14, these are 7, 9, and green is 8. Isn't that the opposite of what people are saying? Did I do the math wrong? I thought the 14, if these are 14, it means these sum to 16, so that'd have to be 7, 9, right? I think people's math is backwards. So if the sum is 14, then these are 7, 9, and that's an 8. Well, these circles are never summing to 14. That's not what's happening. Oh, I see. Okay, so here's the way to say it. If this is 7, this is what people are really arguing. If this digit is 7, there's a 7 here, and the sum of these two cells is 14, which doesn't work. That's what people are saying. I think people are adding a lot of extra steps, like going through this box and everything in a way that's complicated. But if this is a 7, I have a mark here that tells me one of these two is a 7, and also if this is a 7, the sum is 14. That doesn't work. Apologies if that's what people in chat were saying, but I could not make heads or tails of what people in chat were saying. So basically, neither of these can be 7, is the point. Because if either of these is 7, you end up with 2 7s and a 14 sum, and that's too many 7s to put in one row of a Sudoku. So neither of those is 7, which means this is 7. And we get to bring out Zach for the 7 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Tune in to Zetamath Does Puzzles to learn all the special digit dances from our digit dancing penguins. Okay, so that gives us a lot of 1-2 pairs because 7 doesn't go next to a 3 on a whisper. Even though I just did an 3D puzzle with the digits 1 through 8 and German whispers, and things could be 3 apart, and so I had to put lots of 3s next to 7s, and I was a little worried it is going to break me forever if I do that. So there we go. So those are both not 7. Okay. So now the total is 13. And so that does mean there's no 6 in either of these. Because the sum is 13 and 6 plus 8 or 9 doesn't work. One of them is 4, 9, and one of them is 5, 8. So that means this cell isn't 4, and this cell isn't 4. And this cell isn't 5, and this cell isn't 5, because they see a 4-9 pair and a 5-8 pair. So we can sort of fill that in. And now we've got, almost a 1, 2, 3, 6 triple, but not quite. People would like me to clean up the 8-9 pair. That's fair. So that takes 5s off of these, which ungreens these cells. Let's see. There's a 3 here. I am being told. That's a little mathy as a deduction for me, but I guess I'll take it. So we get that. Let's see. No 3 there. No 3 there means no 8 there. Okay. No 7 there means no 8 there. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so we have successfully discovered a 3. Okay. Yeah, one of these is 4-9. This can't be 4. Oh, this can't be 4 because that would be 7. That's the point. Okay. So that means that the 4 in this row is just on this line, which just means this line is 4-9, which means this line is not 4-9. And so that lets us now, I think, get rid of these. Okay, the 5-8 makes that a 9. The 4-9 makes that an 8. That is not the 5. So one of those two is still the 5. Where's the row 4, 4? Because this one can't be 4 either. I missed. And so now the row 4, 4 is actually placed there. If I pay a little bit closer attention. So now the 1 in this box is definitely down here. And the 1 in this box is definitely up here. And so that does indeed Zackwing the 1 into the 17 cage. Because now 1 in column 1 can't go in any of these cells. And so the 1 in column 1 can only go in these cells. So that makes this 179. Hey, QWERTY thingy, how are you doing? And in fact, those aren't 7, so that one is. And so that means that this is a 6-9 over down here. So that actually fills in that that's a 1 and a 9, and we can color. I don't know that the coloring is going to be incredibly helpful, but we're going to do it anyway because, well, how can I be anyone but myself? So these are a 5-6 pair. There's no 1 on here, so there's no 6 on here. And in fact, there's no 7 or 9 on here. So there is an 8 on here, and 8 doesn't go next to 4. So these are 2, 3, 8. Okay, so there's a 2, 3 there. Let's see, if this is a 6, then that's a 6 for whatever it's worth. 1 in column 9. I can't do the same trick with 1 in column 9 because this corner mark, although I do not blame you for not interpreting my corner mark correctly, given it is an abuse, but that could still be 1. This corner mark is along this arrow. Where is 7 in row 7? It's certainly in one of those two cells, is being pointed out. You did miss a pure arrow puzzle. You almost missed a Hashikabi battleship hybrid, but we will save that for later. Let's see. I do know. Oh, I see. Okay. The point is that there's also a 2 on this arrow. That's the thing that I have missed. That is, I think, the easiest thing. There is a 2 on this arrow, and it looks into these cells, and there's a 1-2 pair that looks into these cells, which means that the digit that's on this that's low is a 2. So these aren't 2. That's, I think, the clean thing. So I can add another confusing corner mark here that's a 2. And so that gives me something at least to work with. So assuredly that tells me that there is a 1 or a 2. Oh, not necessarily. Could there be just a 1 here, just a 2 here, and that's a 5 or 6 or something? Oh, I see. When I kept looking at 7, 8, 9 in row 7 and being like, what on earth is Martin talking about? Or sorry, Mekti talking about? But there's an 8 here, which I had missed. So these cells can't be 7, 8, 9. So therefore, these 3 cells are 7, 8, 9. That's much simpler than I thought it was. Okay, so these are an 8, 9 pair, is the point, and are both high. And there's no 3 here anymore. So these are just 1, 2, 4. And so now that bounces back, and this is the 4 over here, which makes that a 9 and a 4. Makes that not a 4. That was also not a 4 because this arrow sums to 6, but we try to avoid doing math here as much as possible at the Zetamath Enterprise. So we get that over there. This isn't a 6, so that's not a 9. So where is the 9 in this column? It's exactly there. Let's see. 7 in this row now is in one of these two cells for what it's worth. So these aren't 7. That one's not 9, so that one's not 4 for what it's worth. It is definitely not called Zeta Puzzle Does Math, after all. Let's see. Right. So there is no 1 in this cage, points out D-Web, because if there was a 1, it would be 179, and now we know that it's not. So now the 1 in this column has to be somewhere. It's not there, so the 1 in this column is, in fact, here. Which pushes that 1 over there and makes that 2 and 4 and makes that 1. Very good. Okay, so now there is a 1 as the low digit on this because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple looking over here and 1's looking up here. So there's no 2 or 3 or 4 on this. So we've got a 1, which unfortunately is not super restricted, by which I mean it is not at all remotely restricted. These are 5, 6, and 3, by the way, just for the future. So now Garion points out, if I now do Sudoku with this 1, 2, 3 triple and this 2, now there is a 2 in these cells just by Sudoku. So that's not a 2 anymore in some very weird sort of way. And so if there is a 2 in the cage, it's either, well, it's 2 and 2 digits that sum to 15. Interestingly, that means if this were a 2, this would be a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, but I don't immediately see why that breaks. Oh, but there's no 7 in it. There we go. That helps. So this is certainly 2, 6, 9 with a 2 instead of a 5, which means that these aren't 6 and that one's not 9, which means that that digit is a 5. That is an 8. So one of these two cells is an 8. Let's see. What did we rule out of this cell? So it's either 3, 8, or 6, 5. It's not 9 anymore because of the 2 up there, right? So this is 5 or 8. Oh, but it's not 8 because there's an 8 in the there. So therefore, this is a 5 with a 6. So that's high, and that's not, actually. So that's a 6, that's a 2, and that's a 9. Yeah, the symmetry in this grid is really impressive. Let's see, that is an 8. That 7-8 pair looks over and says that this isn't high, so this isn't low. So this is low, in fact. Let's see, so that is a 9. That is a 2, it would seem. This isn't low anymore and is a 5. And this is high. Yeah, the symmetry in this puzzle is really something. 2, 1, 3. Let's see. Yeah, my most recent puzzle was perfectly symmetrical, which is usually something I do not do. But I did for some reason. I don't know. I always say, like, it's a bad idea to start with, like, adding symmetric clues to the puzzle, because if you start with 2 symmetric clues, then you're sort of tempted, at least me, I'm tempted to keep adding clues only symmetrically, and then it's really hard at some point to just break the symmetry, which you have to unless you are going to have the whole grid be perfectly symmetrical. So usually I try and force myself to make the first clues I put in not symmetrical. Even if I sort of start with, oh, I'm going to put a Renbon here and a Renbon here, I'm like, oh, that's too symmetrical. I'm going to move this Renbon over to here so I get the same logic, but it doesn't start looking symmetrical from the beginning. That's the kind of thing that I've started doing over time. Let's see. I think probably at this point I can hit the mark button. And if I do, I am rewarded with a number of cells that I can fill in. So that is a 3. That is a 3. That's a green. That's going to be low no matter what. Also, it's going to be a 4. Neither of these are green, right? Oh, yeah, none of these are green. Good, good, good. That will save me some coloring. That will be orange. Wow, the rare defender of the full symmetry and a little killer puzzle. I would not have thought that would be you, Selena. 7. Now, full symmetry and an even square. That's class. Full symmetry and a single black dot, that's class. But a little killer clue, come on. This is orange. Let's be professionals about this. Okay, this is an 8 and a 9. Now I'm thinking of Arrested Development. That makes that a 4 because there's a 2-8 pair. A 1 and a 2 and a 3. 7 and an 8. Let's see. That is a 2. Let's see. Blue, green, and orange. Let's see. And that's going to be blue because there's already a green. So 5, 4. Yep, that's exactly what I meant. All of those are 4. I don't know what you're talking about. 4 there. 3, 4. 6. Full symmetry and a 2-cell thermometer. Let's see. Orange. Oh, yeah. Full chill mode Playmaker here. Maximizing the amount of deet doots. Making us look bad. Let's see. There we go. That is blue. So then that is going to be orange. And then that is going to be blue. 8, 6, 2, 8, 2. And now that is green. And now that is orange. And the coloring is done. 8. There we go. Very nice. I really liked the math of the break-in here. That was a very clever setup. I feel like I used to put like a line that looked kind of like this. I guess I would tend to have like one line through the center that looked like this and another line through the center that looked like that was pervaded a lot of my earlier puzzles. Yeah, certainly if you look at it the right way as these 2 cells plus these 2 sum to 30, that does a lot of help in terms of making sense of what is happening. Much better than the way I originally articulated it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch, and I'll be back with another puzzle, so fear not. All right, welcome back. And we are back with a puzzle that has two things which are completely excellent for chat engagement. So one of them is that we have a negative constraint on black dots, and so chat is always very involved with that. And the other thing is we have skyscrapers, which are always very engaging with chat for two reasons. One, because I will very often forget how skyscrapers work, and then chat will have to say, hey, Zeta, that's not how skyscrapers work. But also, many people in chat will forget how skyscrapers work, and then other people in chat will get to say that's not how skyscrapers work. So I expect the next hour to involve lots of people saying that's not how skyscrapers work, and lots of people saying that 4 and 8 don't go next to each other on black dots. On not black dots. So we get that. Okay, so the rules here are as follows. I can drop a link in the chat here, by the way, so that we can pin it. Oh, it's already there, but not pinned, or is it pinned? Maybe it is pinned. Kurabon asked if there's a reason we don't have rules on the screen. It was the request of the Sudoku Con people, and we're sort of co-streaming the Sudoku Con thing. So I'm supposed to tell you that you should go buy Sudoku Con tickets, I suppose. I think I have failed to say that enough times. You should also buy zetamath Does Puzzles memberships, however. That I should also say more often. But yeah, this is sort of co-streaming to two different places. And so for their purposes of not redesigning their layout 75,000 times, they wanted that, which is totally reasonable. Okay. So then outside the grid, we have skyscraper clues, and a skyscraper clue tells you how many digits that you see if you play by this weird rule that if I come over here and I start looking in, so skyscrapers are directional. So if there's a skyscraper clue here, it's looking left to right. You start looking at buildings, and so you mark that one seen. You mark that one seen, but this 5 is unseen, and the reason it's unseen is because you're supposed to view that the 6 is too greedy. It blocks the 5. And then the 1 gets blocked by the 6 as well. The 2 also gets blocked by the 6, but now the 7 is big enough that we can see it, and the 9 is big enough that we can see it, but the 8 and the 3 are hidden by the 9. So the skyscraper clue here would be 4, and it's 4 because there's 4 yellow digits from this side. And on the other side, if you do the same thing, now you go 3, 8, 3, you see, or sorry, 3, 8, 9, you see those, and you don't see anything else after the 9, so this side would be a 3. Okay. There we go. Boop, boop. I think skyscrapers are unique enough that although they're not my personal favorite mechanic that I've ever seen in my life, they are assuredly very reasonable. Or sorry, I think they're not worth killing, basically. Okay, so first of all, I should probably mark every cell that is on a black dot and is in the grid, or for that matter, out of the grid, with the candidates 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, because those are the only digits that can possibly go on black dots. Oh, I didn't mark that one. I'm told I missed a couple others. Oh yeah, this one. Okay. Now, the funny thing is, absolutely none of these cells can be 8. Because if this were an 8, the maximum skyscraper that can go with it is 2. And, well, that's not going to work because 8 would have to go with a 4. By the way, I'm using here that the skyscraper clues, because they're a count, they're never larger than 9. So even though they're out of the grid clues, they're still never larger than 9. Okay, so there's never an 8 in here, which means that these cells are 5, 7, 8, 9 as a quadruple. Okay, which is very constraining in terms of what the skyscraper clue can be, because if you have a skyscraper clue where the first digit is at least 5, the absolute maximum that the corresponding clue can be is itself 5. So we can rule 6 and 8 out of these cells immediately. And also I know that one of these cells is a 1 for sure. Because wherever there's a 9, in fact, that's always true. Wherever there's a 9, there's always going to be a 1 to match it. So, which is okay. And the thing about the 1 is the 1 is going to be next to a 2, which is then going to be next to a 1 or something else. Okay, it's going to be a 6, 3. Okay, yeah. The 1 is also quite constrained because the 1 has a 2 above it and a 9 immediately below it, because the only thing you can put after a 1 in order to get a skyscraper clue of 2 is a 9. So this can't possibly be a 1. And so one of these is 9. And so here's a thing I very often do in skyscraper puzzles, is to mark cells that cannot be 9 in some sort of inoffensive color, like that. And so I know the 1 here has a 9 after it, so those could theoretically be 9, so nothing else here. Those aren't 9 either. Oh yeah, I can remove 1 from any black dot that has a blue cell after it, because the only way you get a 9 is if there is a 1 immediately after. So that is true. Likewise, these are not 1s. And yeah, there's just never an 8 on a black dot outside the grid because of the 8-4 thing noted earlier. So that's lots of 8s. We can actually sort of, well, sorry, only 8s with black dot leading into the grid. That's not possible. Okay. No 8 there. Right. David has a good point, which is that I can no longer put 3, say, here, because it would be next to a 1, 2, 3, or 4, which does not work. And then that means that I can't put that cascades. And so this one actually can't be 3 or 6. And so this one actually can't be 3 or 6. Okay, so this number can't be 2 or 4 by the negative constraint because it's next to a 2, 4. So this number is 3, 6. Oh, sorry, that's not true. Damn it, that's not true, because they could be both 2. Yeah, it could be the same 2, 4. That's horrible. I would like to declare that numbers have a ratio of 2 to 1 with themselves for purposes of this puzzle, because it would make my life easier. Okay, thanks. This can't be 8 either, by the way. Just as much as the outside can't be 8 with a 4 inside, you also can't have 8 in the inside with a 4 outside, because that's also not going to work. I think I said that before, but I never actually removed the 8 from that cell. Okay. No 8, no 8, no 8. Okay, and this one can't be 8 with a 4 in there. That wouldn't work either. Okay, so we've got some stuff. Ah, right. There's still ones on the outside in some places that we can remove. Because a 1 necessarily has a 9 after it. So, like, none of these, for example, could have a 9 after them. That one can't be 1 either. Okay. Oh, these... Oh, no, they could, damn it. I was thinking if these were the same 2-4, it was going to make these two things that dot each other, but it won't. It'll make these two things have a ratio of 4-1 if these are the same 3-4 or same 2-4. Okay, so these obviously aren't a 3-6 pair. So there's at least 1 3 or 6 over here. So one of these two is definitely 3-6, and they can't both be 3-6. Because if they were both 3-6, then both of these would be 3-6, and that certainly doesn't work. So exactly one of these two is 3-6 for whatever that is worth. And it could be a 6 with a 3 outside or a 3 with a 6 outside. Either way works. Let's see. Can't be a 3-6 along the bottom. Would break the black dots pointing in. Oh, you mean if these were a 3-6 pair? So if one of these is 3-6, these are all 3-6. Oh yeah, they can't be a pair. Right. Sorry. Yes, they would be the same digit. Very good. Yes. So the point is, yes, that's very cute. Yeah. So if any of these are 3-6, they're all 3-6, except then that would be one of them. That's the other. So basically what you get is this sort of checkerboarding along where these are all the same 3-6, but that breaks Sudoku. That's very cute. So none of these are 3 or 6. And likewise, these can't be 3-6 because of the same idea. So none of these are 3 or 6. And so that finally tells me that this is 3-6 because of my aforementioned point that there needs to be a 3-6 in here because these two can't be a 3-6 pair. So this one has to be 3-6 and that one has to be 3-6. Okay, so that is that. And so this is now a 2 or 4. Like that. This is assuredly now blue because it's in front of a 3-6, so I can't put a 9 there. This would be too small. And we now know where the other 3-6 is. The other 3-6 is here because we've got a 1 2 4 triple. So these are not 2-4. These are 3-6. And we get all of that as well. This now can't be 3-6 because it's touching a 3-6. That's not allowed in this puzzle. So there's no 3-6s of any sort there. Let's see. Did I do something wrong? What did we say was wrong? Because there's a negative constraint on black dots, if that's the question. That is a 3-6 inside the grid. It can't touch a 3-6 inside the grid. And if this were a 3-6, that would be a 3-6. Yeah, so I think that was right. Okay. Okay. So, uh, glad I took so much effort to explain the negative constraint at the beginning. It really helped. Okay. So, uh, if this is a 2, uh, what Emma is explaining is that that doesn't work because basically, because these are all from 1, 2, 4, there's sort of 2 alternates between 2s and 1, 4s. So if this is a 2, then this is a 1 or a 4, and so then this is a 2, and then this is a 1 or a 4, and then this is a 2, except the problem is that means that these are both 2s. So these cannot be 2s. Therefore, those are 1, 4s, and therefore those are 2s. And just so that we're dancing for a real digit, that means this is a 2 because of the 1, 4 pair. And we will bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Greatly appreciated as always. So that's a 4. Yes, okay. So one of these two now has to be a 9, because whichever one of these is a 1, this thing is a 9. So that's not a 9 anymore under any... I mean, I guess, actually, I could do even better. This is a 4, so that's also not a 9. Okay, but one of these two is definitely a 9. And I could do exactly the same... Oh, no, I can't do exactly the same trick down here, because this one could still be an 8. Okay. This digit still isn't a 2, for whatever that is worth. Because that one can be 8. Okay, yeah. So Selena tells me that I can generalize. And so if this is, and Selena says, if this is 2 or 8, then this is 2 or 8, and then this is 2 or 8. But that's a problem because that means they're both 2s. And so rather than coloring it as 2 and 1, 4, I can color it as 2, 8 and 1, 4. And if I do that, it still bounces back and forth and still lets me do my bipartite deduction. So these aren't 2 and that one's not 8. Which means that these are both 2. Which actually means that one of these is a 9 as well. So that at least clears out all of those from possibly being 9. Okay, and if one of these two is 9, that at least tells me this digit is not 8 or 6. Because the 9 is at most that far into the row. And this one's certainly not 8 either. Oh, yeah, also not 1. Right. Thank you. Yeah, because the 1 definitely has a 9 standing in front of it. Oh, there we go. Okay, yes. So this black dot continues, is what people are telling me. So this is not 2 or 8. This is not 1 or 4. This is not 2 or 8, which I had missed. Ah, this 4 is also on a black dot, funnily enough. So that's 2, and that's 2. And that's not 2. None of those could have been 8, right? No, none of this could have been 8. Okay, so yeah, so... but that's okay. So these aren't 9, at least. That has reduced my places where I can hide the 9 somewhat. And I should, I think, fill in the skyscraper clues even in the rows where I don't know what the skyscraper is, because I know, like, this one, for example, has got to be at most 5. Okay, so this one, definitely, this digit is smaller than that. Right. Okay, yeah. So Selena points out I should also think about the 4, actually. What does the 4 go with? Because these can't both be 1. And one of them is 1, because one of these is 9. So one of them is 4. What does that go with? And the point is the 4 can't go with the 9, because it's already with that. But the 4 can't go with the 7, 8 either, because if you start with a 7 or an 8, the most buildings you can possibly see is 3. So actually, these are a 5, 9 pair, which makes these a 7, 8 pair, which is nice and snazzy. Okay. Yes, this can't be an 8 anymore, Martin points out, because if this were an 8, then we would need the 9 to be in one of these 2 cells, and it can't be anymore. So this is not an 8, this is a 2. In any case, that cell's certainly not the 9, we can say with some certitude. This digit certainly isn't a 1. I can give you 2 different proofs of that if you would like. This 1, 4 pair actually looks over at this cell, speaking of things that aren't things. This isn't a 1 or a 4, and so that's not a 2 ever. And so now that's not a 4, because it doesn't actually connect back to there. If I look at this... Oh. Did I screw that up? Did I enter the wrong thing? I meant to say not a 1 or a 4. Oh, and then I said not a 2 or a 4. Oops. This is not a 1 or a 4. So therefore, this is not a 2, because it doesn't connect to anything. And therefore, this is not a 4, because it doesn't connect to anything. There we go. So now this is more than 2, because we said this can't be a 2 anymore. And so now that cell is no longer able to be a 9, because it would break this cell. Which means that one of these is... Well, it also means this isn't a 1. So I'll fill that in, but it also means one of these is a 9, so it means none of those are 9. And it also means that's not 9 because of the 4. No? Did I do Sudoku in row 11? Oh. Well, it does still mean this cell's not a 9. It does still mean that this is a 4, but right, one of these now could be a 1, or they could both be 4s, right? Okay, so I didn't go that far. Okay, yeah, so most of what I said was correct, but then I got excited and filled in this digit, which I definitely can't do. It's still true that one of these is now the 9. Still true that this is not the 9. So all of that is true, at least. Okay. I'm thinking about things like the 2 in this row is actually fairly restricted because it can't go in any of those places. Uh, this cell can't be a 1 or a 4. Because if this cell is a 1 or a 4, then these are a 1-4 pair and that's a 2, and that breaks because there would be a black dot. So this cell's never a 1 or a 4, which I guess means that this cell is never a 2 because it doesn't connect to anything. And so that does remove 9 from this cell. Because now that can't be a 2 anymore. And now that actually does a lot because now this can't be a 1 because then this would be forced to be 9. So actually that's the 4, that's the 1. And now wait, is what I just said reasonable? That can't be 9. Sorry. That thing I said there wasn't right. This could still be 9. I don't know why I thought that couldn't be 9. Oh, but this being 2 also does not work, right? This being 2 also doesn't work because then it would be next to a 1-4, of course. So these are, in fact, 3-6. So that gives me a 3-6 pair in this column, which tells me these aren't 3-6. Okay. So this isn't 9 anymore because of this being at least 3. Oh, no, that's not how that works. At least 3 doesn't mean that this isn't a 9. It would need to be at least 4 to know that this wasn't a 9. Never mind, you're right. Although this can't be a 9 for a dumber reason, which is that this is a 1 or a 4. And if this were a 9, this couldn't be 1 or 4. So I'll reassert that this can't be a 9, but for a much dumber reason. So we have that. Doesn't this being a 9 break this skyscraper clue? I'm pretty sure that it does. Because yeah, Emma is saying the same thing I am. This being a 9 assuredly means that this sees this cell and the 9 and something in between, because there's a lot of digits between even 4 and 9. So this is the 5. And so this is the 9. So these are not 9s, which does now make this certainly a 2, which makes this a 1 or a 4. We have our first yellow, indeed. See, we've got our 3, 6. These are 7, 8, and something. 6, no, not 7, 8, and 6. 7, 8, and 2 is the other thing. So we have that. Now this can't be a 1. Because if this were 2, 1, I'd need this to be a 9, and it can't be. So that's the 4, and that's the 1 over there. So that's the 4 over there. Okay, so now this number, because it's not a 9, and there's only 2 things, this has to be less than 4, and the only numbers less than 4 that are available are 1 and 3. So this is always a 1 or a 3. And there's only 3 total numbers that are less than 4. So this is the absolute last time I could possibly see a 9 in this column. So none of those are 9. Because I'm not allowed in this column to see the 5, the 6, the 7, or the 8. So those all have to be after the 9. And so that means that this clue is a 4. Yes, I was thinking that, and then I got distracted. So yeah, so one of these is a 9. Now, I don't think I could actually put 1, 2, 3. Oh, I guess I could if it was 1 and 2 opposite of 3. So it would have to be 1, 3, 2. It would have to be like exactly that order for me to go that many cells down. Okay. Oh, so one of these two is yellow, so therefore none of these are. And in fact, the yellow in this box is placed / there's a 5 by Sudoku, so there is another yellow. So we can gray all of those. That means that this is a 1, but I don't think that does us any real good. This digit now is a 2, which rules out 4 from this cell, I believe. So we have that, and if that's not a 4, that means this cell isn't a 2, because that was the only thing that could go there. Yeah, probably can't be a 2 either with a 9 that far away. Right. So if this were a 2, then I would have to see... Then this would have to be a 4, and that doesn't work. So yeah, so this can't be a 2 either, actually. So actually all of these are from 3, 6. Good eye. Okay, and so if this is 3 or 6, it means that's not 9 at the very least. These can't be 3, 6, so there's certainly a 3, 6 down here somewhere. Row 4, column 6 can't be 9. It breaks row 11, column 6. Yeah, so, is that true? I think this could still be a 4 in that instance. I think it would be okay. Yes, this is assuredly a 4. Good. So, yeah, this could be... Well, it's a good thing it can be a 7 or 8, because one of these is a 7 or an 8, and it could go 7, 8 in order. Don't know about that cell. Oh, let's see. 4 column can't be a 9. I don't see it. Yeah, this certainly can't be 8. I agree with that, because 8 would be too big. Agree. Oh, Artisanal Sudoku says that Screwmata has more things in this series, so that is cool. I would like to see more of these things. Yeah, okay, yeah. This can't be 9. Right. This can't be 9 because of this 2, right? We need every number here to be unseen by that. So yeah, so I agree. Yeah, that doesn't work. So yeah, that being 9 does break that clue. Yeah, that's a 1 or a 3. Good. Okay, so now this is not a 6. Now it's a 3. And now that is a 6. And so now that's not 9 because this is a 6. Oh, this digit's never 4 because there's already a 4 in the column. So this is a 1 or a 2. So this is never seen. So actually that can't be a 9 either in order for this to be a 6 because I'd need to see 6 cells and I definitely don't see that one. So this isn't a 9. So that is a 9 and this is not. Okay, so that is a 1. That's a 9. So that's a 1. And as soon as that becomes a 1, that becomes a 2. And this becomes a 1 or a 4. Oh, and it's not a 1, so it's a 4. Okay, good. So now the 9 in row 9 is placed. It now has to go here, chat points out. So those aren't 9 anymore. Makes that a 1. What? Oh, I just placed a second 9 in row 9. Good. The other row 9. This row 9. The row 9 that's normally row 8. Yes, it's like, oh yeah, there is only one white cell left in the row. Doesn't check if anything else. Okay, so this now is a 1, 2, or 3, I guess, is yeah, the row numbering is very confusing. I think there's a way to rig it so that it doesn't do that, but I'm not sure. It is a thing I've never figured out how to do, but I've done puzzles by people who figured out how to do. This is a 6, by the way. So that's a 3. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a 5. Yeah, this should just be row 0. If this were just row 0, it'd all be fun. Okay, we've got... So yeah, we know one of those is a 9, of course. So this can't be a 1 anymore because we said that in order for this to work as a 2, 1, it would need a 9 immediately after it. So that's a 4. And so both of these numbers need to be less than 4. So these are from 1, 2, 3, and that one can't be a 2. And so at absolute most, that could also be a 1, 2, 3, and that could be the 9. So that's never the 9. Let's see. Only one place for 8 in row 9, I'm being told. Why did we remove 2? Because 2 would black dot 4. And all black dots are given. This is not a 1 because it would make that a 2 and then this a 9. So right, so that's a 2 and that's a 4. Agree. Okay, I guess I know that this number is a minimum of 4, but it can't actually be a 4 by Sudoku. So this is at least a 5. So the only actual options for this cell are 5, 7, and 8. Let's see. Dogs Making Waffles says the top left inner cell can't be 6. Otherwise, it needs a black dot with its row clue. Top left inner cell. Not sure what that was referring to. Let's see. The 1 in this column is definitely in one of these two cells for whatever it's worth. Oh, this 4 has made that a 1. facts. The 2 in this row, funnily enough, can only go in one of these two cells. Oh, it was a while ago. Sorry. I don't actually think this can be a 2, because if this is a 2, it breaks this 2, actually. Because the only way to make the 2 work would be to make this 2, 1, 9, but I can't do that because it would put a black dot. So actually, I think the 2 in row 10, in quotes, is there only. Do people agree with that, or am I missing something? It's possible I'm missing a point, but I think the 2 in row 10 only goes there. Okay, Daniel agrees at least. That's always a good sign. Okay, which makes that a 4, which seems to make that a 2 based on my previous work. So this is not a 1 at the very least. Oh, and if it's not a 1, that means that's not a 9. So that is a 9. So those aren't 9. And so now that's the 9 for row quote-unquote 5. And so now this is certainly not a 6 because the 9 is too soon. So now that's a 3 and that's a 6. And that's a 3 and that's a 6. Okay. Yeah, the 8 in this row, and I think this is what James Sinclair was talking about earlier. I think the 8 in this row is in one of these two cells. Oh, this assuredly is a 4, actually. Okay, so I now know which one it is. Okay, so I now see James's point from a million years ago. Yeah. James's point about 8 was down here, and I didn't see it because I hadn't filled in this 4. But yeah, 8 can't go next to a 4. And if I just say that, this is the only spot for 8, which makes that a 7 and that an 8. Admit it, you're impressed. I saw that 8 saw that 7 by sudoku. I know you are. You can admit it. We're among friends here. One of these is a 1. I am prepared to say. Okay, what is left in this row? I'm going to guess Mark is not going to be super helpful. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we've got the 8 and 9. Okay. Sort of hoping that maybe that would be interesting, but I don't think it's interesting. Oh, I see. Oh, sorry. Okay. James actually had a completely different proof that had to be the 8 that I didn't immediately appreciate in terms of what it would do to the various dots. Let's see. Nicholas sees some 7 pencil marks in row 10 that I cannot do. If this were a 7, that would have to be a 3. I think that's okay. If this were a 7, that would certainly break because I couldn't get to 4. If that was... actually, yeah, Nicholas is right. None of those can be 7, so actually that is 7. Okay, that's big. So that's not 7, and that's not 7. Of course, 8 would be very natural here. If this were a 5, I would need these to both be from 1, 2, 3, 4. So in particular, I would get a 1, 2, 3 triple here. That doesn't work. Oh, no, it would if that were a 3 and these were a 1, 2 pair. So it only just works, I believe. Let's see. Okay. I see. Neither of these cells can be 8 because of the negative constraint, is what Chad is saying. Because if that was 8, it would automatically make that a 2 and it's next to a 4. If that were 8, it would automatically make that a 2 and it's next to a 4. Can't put an 8 in the front of a 4, so in fact, the 8 automatically goes there, which is a very clever spot, very clever setting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's not a 7. Okay. So one of these is a 3. Because whichever of these has a 7 in front, this needs to be a 3, because the only numbers available with starting with a 7 are 2 and 3, and you certainly can't put a 2 here. So one of these is 3. I don't know if that even really means. I mean, I guess it means the other one isn't 6, but that's not a huge deduction. But if I were setting this, I would try very hard to make that the useful deduction. Let's see. There is assuredly a 6 in here somewhere. Yeah, okay. So one of these two cells is a 6. And so there's no 3 in these cells. So one of these is 3, I guess I can say, if I want to make really silly negative constraint deductions, which, let's be honest, I do, which means that one of these is a 3. Okay, so there's a 1 or a 2 here. There's a 1 or a 2 elsewhere. Row 11, column 3. Oh, yeah. James Sinclair's puzzles are great. Okay. So this digit can't be 1 or 2 and is only 3. So yeah. So this just says the 8 comes before, or sorry, it literally says nothing, because we also could have done that by knowing the 8 was somewhere in the column. But hey, might as well fill it in. It does tell us that the 7 can't become a multiple of 3 in this puzzle. Okay, this number here is actually somewhat restricted because it's at most 5. And it's not 2 or 4 or 1. So this can only actually be 3 or 5 for whatever that is worth. Not very much, hint. But it's technically something. Okay. Only 2, that's good. Only 1, that's good. 7, that 2 is taken care of. This 4 means that this number is bigger than that one. This 3 means we see the 8 before the 7 in the column, for whatever that's worth. Row 4, column 10 must be a 1 to make the skyscraper work. So the biggest number that you can possibly put in front of a 6 and have it work would be a 4. So this is certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4. But it can't be a 4 because we don't actually see the 6. It can't be a 3 because it would touch a 6 in a bunch of places. And it can't be a 2 by sudoku. So I agree with I agree with Josh that has to be a 1. Okay, now that can't be a 2, interestingly. And so I have to see all 6 of these digits. But that can't be a 2, which means the 2 in this row is unseen, which means it's back here behind the 9, which means that's a 7. I like that a lot. That's sweet. Okay, and so now I just know the entire rest of the row, because now I just have to have the entire rest of the row be in order. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. No, sorry, 5, 7. In order to make that 6 work. Okay. Works better if you say the right numbers at the right times, admittedly. Okay, so now this number is very restrained in that it is only 3, because it has to be between 2 and 5, and there's a 4 in the box, and you can't put a 4 there by black dots. So that's a 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that's an 8. One of these is a 2, and it's not the one that's next to a 4. 2, 3, 4, that's a 5. Okay. 6, 8, 7. Okay, that column is set for good. I'm being told that this is now a naked 6, and I agree. It is now a naked 6 because there's a 3 and a 5 in the column. So these aren't 6. I enjoy the conflict checker sort of like half working. Is always an interesting combination. It's eminently possible. Let's see. I guess this number is at most 7, but it can't actually be a 7, so it's actually at most 6. And it can't be a 1, can't be a 2, could be a 3, can't be a 4, could be a 5 or a 6. Okay, that was maybe not worth filling in. This 3 points down there, Playmaker points out. 5 and 3. So that is good. Okay, so this is a 4, starting at 3. 2. Oops. I did not mean to randomly enter a 4 there. Somewhere in this row there is a 7. And it's not any of those spots. I just barely get away with being that one, unfortunately. Is this a naked single? It is not 1, 2. I think it could be 3. It's not 4. It's not 5. I think no, it can't be 6. I think it could be 7, and it's not 8 or 9. So it's certainly 3 or 7. Is 3 actually possible? 3 is not actually possible. Because if this were a 3, I would need to make sure that all of these numbers were from 1 and 2, which is a problem for lots of reasons. So that is a 7. The 8 is behind it, so that's okay. So there's a 7 in one of these two cells, for what it's worth. Okay. I think I know that one of these two cells is an 8 by the column. Also an 8. Yeah, right, all right. Yeah, so these are a 7-8 pair, actually, because the 7-8s both get squeezed into there, and they can't go in this cell because of that. Okay, so this can't be an 8, because if this were an 8, I would need to see the 7, and the 7 would go somewhere it can't go. So that's the 7, and that's the 8. And so one of these two is 8. This number is somewhere between 3 and 8. So 4, 5, 6, 7. Except it's not a 6 or a 7, and it's not a 4 by the negative constraint. So it's, in fact, exactly a 5. So now the 4 is placed in this box by negative constraint, is pointed out. So that is a 4. And now that's a 2, I believe. Okay, so this row needs a 2, and it can only go there, actually. So that's because you can't put it next to the 4. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Agent. And by the way, any of you over on Twitch, I do this multiple times a week. So if you want to come over to youtube.com/zetamathdoespuzzles, you can join us all the time. There's a 2 in this box already, so neither of those are 2. And that's not a 2 because it's not a 2. So that's a 2, which makes that a 6 and makes that a 3 by the negative constraint, which makes that a 1 and a 5. So these are a 1 and a 6, I want to say. And these are a 3 and a 4. And that 3 looks down, so that's a 4 and that's a 3, which makes that a 3 at the end of the day. And now this 2 has resolved this 1-7 pair. I agree with that. So this digit is at most 3. It's not a 1. So it's a 2 or a 3, except it can't be a 2 by the negative constraint. So this is, in fact, a 3, which means the 8 comes before the 9. Unfortunately, the 9 could still end up there. Neither of these can be a 6. The 2 in column 2 has thoughts. Yes. That 2 looks up. I see. Thank you. The fun adventure in this puzzle of trying to decide which row 2 and column 2 people are talking about. Okay. So that 8 is useful, I think, because it tells me that can't be a 9 anymore. Because if this were a 9, that would have to be an 8 in order to make this 3 work, and it doesn't work. So that is not a 9, and that is a 9, which gives us the last 9 over here, which does indeed give me a 1, a 9, a 9. So this number also has to be 3. I mean, I guess it just definitionally is 3 even. It could be anything. I mean, if I were not looking at a screen where they were labeled, I would call them row 0 or column 0. But since they are labeled, let's see. Dog Making Waffles says I can place a 1 here. I agree with that. Let's see. So this is a pair. What? Oh. I looked at that one, didn't I? I did look at that one. I should not look at that one when trying to place a 1. The 1 goes there, making that an 8. How about that? Yes, that 1 does not Sudoku. So now we have a 1 over in one of these 2 cells, I suppose. Let's see. These are something. Let's see what they are. 2, 3, 4, 5. They are 6 and 8, I believe, is what they are. These are... Oh, well, that one's not a 6 then. These are 3, 5, and something else. And 4, I think, actually. I don't think that buys us a lot of help, unfortunately. Let's see. These are 3, 4, and 5. 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so those are 4 and 5. Okay, so Selena is basically saying fill in this column and look at Sudoku. Let's see, I still need got a 3, 4, 5, still need a 6 and a 7, and we've got the 8 and 9. So these are 6 and 7, or sorry, these are 2, 6, and 7. That one I know is not 7. This one I know is not 2. Okay, so I see those two. Okay, so if this is a 6, I see too many is Selena's point. Because I see those two for sure. If this is a 6, it makes that a 7, and now I see 5 things. So this can't be a 6. So it's an 8 and a 6. Slightly complicated, but makes sense. Let's see. So now I've got a 6, 7 next to it. This is now a 2. Can't be a 6 for Sudoku logical reasons. This can't be a 3 because it's next to a 6. 4 in row 6, in quotes, is placed because that can't be a 4 by negative constraint. These can't be a 4 by Sudoku. So that is a 4. Leaving me with a 3, 5 pair. This is the 3 that can't go next to a 6. I saw several people in both chats saying 3 doesn't go next to 6, and I couldn't find the 3 next to the 6. This was the 3 next to the 6. So that's a 5 and that's a 3, which makes that a 4 and that a 5. Okay, so this number now is at most 6. However, it can't be 6, and it can't be 2, and it can't be 1 for sure. So it can only be 3, 4, or 5 at the end of the day. Oh, this is assuredly known, although it doesn't really matter. The answer is it is 3, is the answer. Let's see. Okay, so this is, let's see, we're still missing 3, 4, and 5. Good, so that's a 4. These are a 3, 5, and that one's known, so that's a 3 and that's a 5. So now the 3 goes next to a 7, and that's a 6. Let's see, these are a 2 and a 6. 2 and 6 sounds right, and I know where the 2 goes. So that's 1 and 6, because the 2 couldn't go next to the 4 was the reason why. So these are... Oh, so now I know what this is. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like it's a 4. 4 next to a 4. Very sus. 2... Let's see. These are... One of these is a 3, and it's that one. 5, 6, 7. One of them's an 8, and it's that one. One of these is a 1, and it's that one. And this one's is a 7, I believe. Very nice. Absolutely lovely puzzle there to Scroofamuda. So really enjoyed that. I'm surprised this one hasn't been on CTC, which I usually decide by whether or not the number of solves when I solve it is 4 digits or not. But very nice. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back with another puzzle in just a moment. So see you all shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. We're back with an irregular now. And so we are, we have here 1 through 9 in every row, column, and weirdo box, including the hedgehog box. So this is definitely a hedgehog standing on its hind legs, right? I think everyone agrees. And so then we've got XVs. So digits separated by an X summed to 10, separated by a V summed to 5. Not all X's and V's are necessarily given. So it seems to me like probably I should fill in a 6 here. But I am not going to count that as filling in a digit because it is given. We also we could color the hedgehog blue. That sounds useful. We'll make the hedgehog blue. So these are a 2-3 pair, if you like. So that's a 7 or 8, and that's a 2-3. There is no negative constraint in this puzzle, by the way. Just for the record. So we've got all of that. What else do we have? We have one more of these. People are just like doing Sudoku 1-4. So yeah, so this is the only place for 4 in the region. I agree. We'll give a dance for that. It's a little on the margin, but we'll let Big Z go ahead and give a dance for that. Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. Okay, so that makes this a 2-3 again, of course, which makes these 7-8 again. Let's see. This is now entering the zone of I'm a little worried that this was rated as a 3-star difficulty puzzle, given that we have we're like literally a given X, which I have not seen ever outside of my students setting puzzles, and then this. So I have no idea what is happening anymore. Okay. So. These 2-3s, that 2-3, that 2-3, but I don't know which of those it is. So if this X can't ever possibly be 1-9 or 4-6 is the point. So yeah, so this X can't be 4-6 because of the row, and it can't be 1-9 because this 1 sees both of them. So this X is a 2-3 or 7-8, and that one is 2-3, and that one is 7-8 because there's already a 2-3 in the box, which now makes this V1-4, which now, because of the way the 4 works, makes that a 1-4 and a 6. Oops. And a 9. Let's try again. And a 9. Very good. Very good. Okay. So there is a 1 over here somewhere. I'm going to note just for the future. Hey, Escriol twitches. Oh, there's a 7-8 pair here. That's actually very useful. Okay, I'm gonna catch up the 7-8 pair. Oh, sorry, I catch up to the 7-8 pair incorrectly. These are the same 7-8. These are different 2-3s. That's that 2-3. Now, do I know which 7-8 that is? Let's see. Not quite yet. I know these are both the same 2, 3. So I guess this is the other 2, 3, for whatever that is worth. That's right. This region does need a 4, and it's being pointed out that 4 is definitely in one of these 2 cells. And that places 4 in the hedgehog, because we now have a 4 in this row. Good. So this digit is a 4. This row needs a 4, and it only goes in 0 places. Let's try that again. Where can 4 go in? Oh, 4 can go in one of these 2. Sorry, 4, that region's not in here. This is not the hedgehog. So 4 goes in one of these 2 cells. I was mentally putting that into this region. So neither of those can be a 4. Trying to decide if there's some reason why this can't possibly be 3, 7. I don't see it if there is. Certainly this is not this kind of X, but I'm not quite sure yet. Let's see. Row 7V is 2, 3, since it has to be in the bottom right region. Right. If this is 1, 4, the point is it rules 4 entirely out of this. I guess here's a different way to say the same thing that Matt is saying. 4 is corner marked into these 2 cells in this region. And that 4 looks backwards at this. So that says that that's 2, 3. So this is 1, 9, or 4, 6, and it's not 4, 6, so it's 1, 9. Let's see. 1 in row 2 is blue. Yeah, coloring irregular regions before solving can be a very good idea. We colored this one blue because it was the hedgehog shape. But somehow coloring it did not help me see that this was not the thing I was looking for. Okay, and I still don't know how these 2 3s line up, which is the question I keep asking myself. Assuredly, one of these 3 cells is 8, which is not the most exciting deduction that I've ever made. Although I see Jim has made the same deduction. Let's see. This could conceivably be 1, 9. Yes. Okay, so, right. That's not a 1 anymore because there's a 1, 9 pair, and Tallcat points out that red circle is down here in this column. And so these are indeed a 1, 2, 3 thing, and the 2, 3 that's down here is the ketchup circle. Interestingly, if this is the circle ketchup, then we place the circle ketchup in one of these 2 cells. One of these is the XE23. If this was the XE23, it would make these a 2-3 pair. Dashed grid for irregulars. You know, I haven't done an irregular since the dashed grid was an option. Let me try that. Oh yeah, that looks pretty nice. Let's try that. I usually use dash grid for pencil puzzles and solid grid for Sudoku, but I like that. Thanks for the suggestion, Nell. Uh, let's see. Uh, oh, sorry, that could be red X. Yeah, that. Uh, let's see. Yeah, there's a lot of options buried in Sudoku Pad. The one I find by far the most useful is the pen tool because it basically, with no work, lets you do anything, sort of marking on the grid, and I find that endlessly useful. But there are just many, many cool things to do with Sudoku Pad. Uh, like Sudoku Pad very much single-handedly greatly increases my enjoyment of doing Sudoku. Uh, Okay, one of these two is a 6. Because there's definitely a 6 in these 3 cells in Kentucky. I think this is Kentucky, right? And so that means that one of these two is a 6. I'm going to mark that. Uh, yes, and circle 2, 3 joins it. So these are from 2, 3, 6. And I don't have a great way to mark that. But that's actually very big because it tells me that this doesn't have a 2, 3 on it. Because the circle 2, 3 is here by Sudoku, and that's an XC7, 8. So this is either, well, this just is 1, 9, therefore, right? Because it's not 4, 6 either. So that's pretty cool. In terms of these things. Uh, yep, Mekti agreed. Mekti might be just the tiniest bit behind. Or very possibly was just saying that already when I said it. I was looking at where the XC78 goes in this row. Yeah, so there's 3 XC78s in these cells. And so one of them is in these cells. One of them is in these cells. And it's not in one of these cells. So the XE78 is here, is Nicholas's point. Let's see. So yeah, so there's an XE78 over here. It's certainly a law of leftovers adjacent thing. I find it usually a little easier to just count where something is than to do the sort of like the big set version of law of leftovers. But you can if you want, if that is your preferred way of thinking about this. Red X in blue isn't the right. So the red X in blue is in one of these 2 cells. Yeah, and so the standard law of leftovers deduction would be to say something like this. Here I have basically almost exactly 3 regions, except there's one bit that disagrees between them, and so therefore these two are the same cell. That would be sort of the most classic version, so I can just sort of relish those if we like. And we don't have to worry here that relish is the same as any of the other things, because we can actually see relish already inhabits space with all of the other things. And so then you can write in, okay, what can relish actually be? And so relish can't be 1, 9 or 2, 3. It does see both 7/8. It sees a 4, and so it is 5 or 6. For what it is worth. Oh, and so relish is, oh, sorry, relish. I was going to say relish is here, but no, if relish is 6, then relish is there, of course. Okay. This 2, 3, which are both the same 2, 3, it lives in one of these two cells. I keep thinking that's going to be useful, and it keeps not being useful. But someday, that's awesome. Yeah, the days of F puzzles have come and gone, I feel. Uh, 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 you went through almost exactly the same thought process that I did earlier, Tallcat, I believe, when I was looking last time I tried to make that same kind of deduction. Uh, row 2, column 7 is limited to 2 digits. C's both 7/8, C's 2, 3. Okay, yeah, let's just try it. So C's both 7/8, C's 2, 3, C's 1. Seems to see 4 somehow, I can't quite see, and C's 6. So this is only 5 or 9. Uh, uh, so these are 1, a 5, 9, and a 7, 8. That one's not the 7, 8. So this is a 1, 5, or 9. Uh, uh, let's see. People are telling me that I can sudoku this digit. So it's assuredly not in any of these places. Oh, and it's not in those places either because there's a 2, 3 pair. I see. Okay, so these two are the same digit. I don't know what digit it is. However, it's definitely in one of those cells. And so now the question is, where does it go in the sleeping baby region? And so we can rule it out of all of those. There's also a 2, 3 pair here, so therefore it goes there. And I, again, don't know what kind of 2, 3 it is until I fill in that this is a 7, 8. And so that 7, 8 is not the XE 7, 8, so this is the OE 7, 8. And therefore this is the OE 2, 3, and so we get at least a little bit of work, because now remember, if this is now XE23, it doesn't work. So now these are OE23s, and that's an OE78 and an XE23. If I do that all correctly. People would like me to attempt to solve for this x, which seems a little bit tricky, but we can maybe we can do it. So it's seeming as though Sven thinks that this is a 7 and a 3. So that's a 2 and a 3. So that's an 8 and a 2 and an 8 and a 3. And so Glipperl is trying to reach me. Uh-oh. One moment while I... Oh, we are approximately at the end of the Sudoku Con stream, I see. So I'm going to keep going for a little bit longer. And so we're going to redirect. So if you're on Twitch, I think they're going to redirect you to come over to youtube.com/zetamath does puzzles, where you can hang out with me for the rest of my usual stream. And the lovely Sudoku Con people can go sleep, having had a hard day's work managing a 24-hour stream. Which is a lot. I can attest, having once done a 24-hour stream, and I'm sure I'll do it again, but it's been a year for a reason. Alrighty, so I'm going to continue filling things in while I do this, and I will attempt not to fill them in wrong, but I will fill them in wrong, just as a preview. So that is a 2 and a 3, and a 7 and a 3. Oh, happy to help, Worlpion. Thank you for making it easy for me. Let's see. Let's see. We can now get rid of our condiments, at least most of our condiments. Okay. Boop-a-doop. Also, thank you for saying that here, Mr. Don. I was not paying attention to Discord, and I think Tristan has fallen asleep on the couch. Okay. Yeah, I used to stream for 8 hours like once a week, which seems crazy. Although I guess at that point I was on sabbatical, so it was a little bit easier to manage. Apparently there are a lot of 3s in the grid, I'm being told. And now if I think about where 3 goes in column 9, I will realize that it goes here, because that 3 was the aforementioned 3 that went with the 1 down here. Let's see. So there's still a 2 in one of these 2 cells, I suppose. Oh, but there's a 3 in row 4, I'm being assured. Well, I'm not putting it there, but I would really like to put it there. But then Sven will be very, very cross. So I suppose I'm putting the 3 there. And the 6 there. Okay, so the 2 now in this row now has to go in one of those 2 cells, but I'm not sure which yet. This is 2, 8, or 4, 6, but oh, that's 8 3s. I would like it if the like color slowly gradiated. I think some version that I did, the color slowly gradiated as you filled in the digits, so you could see that you had all but one of a digit sort of in the number pad, which was very cool. Okay. So let's see. We've got a 7 in one of these 2 cells and a 7 in one of these 3 cells. There's an 8 in row 2, and it is there exactly. Has been pointed out. There's a 2 in column 1, and it's going to have to go in one of those 2 cells. Let's see. 8 in the lower region. Ah, yes, 8 in the lower region is going to go there. Now, oh no, sorry, that region already has an 8. If this region wants a second 8, it's going to have to go there. Let's see. I try not to be in the habit of telling regions how many 8s they want to have. This one's 8 wants to go there. And now these are a 4-8 pair. And now this is a 2 or 6. Where's the other 8 that I am missing? The other 8 is in this region. Oh, the other 8 is in this region, and it is exactly there, which I think is going to resolve the mystery of the missing 8. Okay, well, we are basically done with clues, so we can probably start selectively marking. This is not ever a 9, so these are actually a 5-6 pair, which has actually made that a 7. That 5-6 pair tells me that one of these is a 5 for sure. These are a pair as well that are 2 and 9. Oops. Yeah, 2 and 9. Sorry, 2 and 9 was right. Yes, but Selena, we have to try and convince the guests to stay by pretending that we are discriminant markers here, that we don't just solve every puzzle by randomly throwing pencil marks at everything and seeing what sticks. I know it's pretend, but sometimes you have to pretend. Column 9 can be marked as a 2-5 pair, which can even be filled in like that. Haha, very nice. And so now oops, I wasn't going to mark the whole grid, but I did, and now I'm too lazy to undo it, so we're just going to fill it in. 5, 6, 4, 7, 5, 6. Okay, we will clean that up a little bit. That's a 2-9 pair, so that makes that a 1-9-1 and a 4. And a 9 and a 1 and a 7. 5-9-5. 6-4. 7. 2-6-9-5. 2-9. 6-5. 1-5-9. 9-1-4. 2-7. 9-2-1. There we go. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll come back and I'll do one more short-ish puzzle to wrap up for today's stream. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. So I get a lot of questions about how to get puzzles on the stream or whatever. This is how you get puzzles on the stream. You set a puzzle that only has Renbon and black dots in it, and then I see it, and then I usually do it right away. So let's do this. This is a Paul Fly 6x6. By the way, if you are a setter, I haven't mentioned this in a while. I do have just on my Discord a channel where you can just throw 6x6s, and then often I do them at the end of stream, and many other people do them as well. So even if I don't get to them, they quite often will get done. You can just freely submit stuff there, and you will get feedback from others for it, even if you don't. Or even if I don't end up doing it. So it's a great place. And if you're starting out setting, I think that is also a great way to sort of get started out, because 6x6s, it turns out, are a lot easier to do that. Okay, so, but the black dots are lies, apparently. Now that I see this. So on Renbon, on pink lines, digits have a 1-to-2 ratio next to each other. So they're like black dots. And on black dots, the digits are consecutive. Okay, so we have sort of a upside down world universe. So this is really a white dot, and this is really like a string of black dots. So I guess if this is a string of black dots, then I know that this is a 2, and these are a 1, 4, except that can't be a 1, because then that would be a 2. So that's a 4 and a 1. And therefore this is a 3 or a 5. No, Ron, the rules will be back next time. The Sudoku-con people asked us to hide the rules so that they could, I'm guessing, put a large banner with an advertisement for their thing. I'm not 100% sure, but that's my guess. So that means that this has got to be 5, 6, because it needs an even digit and it can't be 2 or 4. So that's 5, 6, which does make that 3, and that makes that 1. So these are 5, 6, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this black dot can't be 5, 6. I at least know that. So this can't be a 3, actually, because if you look at it, this would go 3, 6, 3, and that would clash with that 3. So this is only a 2 or a 4. And whether this is a 2 or a 4, this is the other 2, 4. And so then there's a little more versatility for that. But now that means this cell has to be a 3, 6. And so these are both 3, 6s, except that one is a 6. So that gives me the 6, 3, 6, which gives me the 5 and the 6 and the 5 and the 6. So now these are a 5, 6 pair, and I know the order owing to that. This is now just a naked 4, because the only digits that can go on this are 1, 2, and 4, and that one can only be 4, which makes that one 2. It means one of these two is, these are a 2, 4 pair now, actually. And very cutely, new folks checking out the stream will be highly confused. That's true. Yeah, I had not even, well, before I started the stream, I didn't realize that the rules weren't what I thought they were. But I wouldn't have thought of it anyway. But anyway, now this can't be 2 or 4, so now it's a 1, which makes that a 2 and a 4 and a 2. Yeah, the very natural thing. Yeah, the apologies to new folks who now do this. I can turn back on the thing. Look at that. I thought it was going to have to be completely destroyed and redone in order to do that. Well, in that case, I can also make myself bigger. Look at me. I'm huge. Not quite as big as Big Zach yet, but I will work on it. Hey, KF, welcome. Glad that you are back. Yes, my competence with technology is unfathomable, we'll say. these are a 1-3 pair. So this is a 2 or a 4. Let's see. We could just all use oh, but this can't be a 4, because if this were a 4, that would be a 3 and it would break that cell, of course. So this is a 2. Uh, but I think this can still be a 1 or a 3. But this is always the other thing. This is always the 4. Which makes that a 3 and a 4, which makes that a 1 and a 3, which seems to make that a 1. And so oh, I love that idea. Just a stream where just like it's just programmed so that like I just slowly grow as the stream goes on, and everyone wonders if it is all right. So that is a 5 and a 2. So that's a 3, 5, and a 6, and that's a 3 and a 5 and a 1. There we go. Okay, that was adorable. I really liked that. Bait Zeta by making a puzzle where the pink lines are counting circles. Now, that would be going too far. You cannot do that. That's too much. Let's see. Okay, well, we've got enough time to do another one. Okay, so I will say actually we'll do the Doilier one. I was about to say something that I was going to horribly regret, which is that I had time to do the Andrew Sarkis one, but the last Andrew Sarkis 6x6 that I did on stream required 2 hours to solve, I think, give or take. So we'll save that one for later, although I am excited to do it because I haven't done an Andrew Sarkis puzzle in much too long. Okay, so we'll do this Doilier puzzle. So using exactly 6 digits from 1 to 9, so we've got to do... Oh, is this on CTC today? If this was on CTC today, I probably should not do it. I mean, I'll do it eventually for sure. Let's see. I will find a different puzzle. Let's see. Did I already do this one? I'm not marked as having done it. Okay. We'll do this one. I knew Doilier had a feature. I didn't know that it was the 6x6. Yeah, we'll do the 6x6, I promise, but I usually try to not do them like literally the same day as CTC, since I imagine many people do that. Okay, I don't think I've done this one yet. So this is a mean mini. So same rules as the previous one, where we need to choose what 6 digits we use in the grid, and then we have these little killer clues along here. So because the maximum these cells can be is 9, 8 plus 9, 8 is 34. That means this cell's always at least 0. I actually think I probably have to maximize or come close to maximizing the sum of these cells. Also, I'm going to get rid of my row column labels for a second. So the absolute maximum that these can sum to, so 7, 8, 9 is 24. 48 plus another 34. What's 48 plus 34? 48 plus 34 is 85, I want to say. No, 82. It's apparently 82. And these two things do not sum to 82, unfortunately. So that was not immediately helpful. However, we also have this 11 and this 12 that cross this. So when I maximized these cells as being 17 each, that was optimistic. So what you have here, one moment, I just got a ping from Matt Trussell being asked to be invited to Puzzle Plaza. Let me see if I can do that. Invite to server. Puzzle Plaza. There we go. There you go. Sent. Okay. So yeah, so the actual maximum of these two cells is actually not very large. The actual maximum of these two cells, if you consider that these sum to at least 6 in total, is 5. So the maximum sum there total for these two, for the, I guess I'll make these cells a different color. The green cells sum to a maximum of 5. And these sum to a maximum of 10. So that's all a maximum of 15. And maybe that's even optimistic, actually, because, yeah, it's actually better than that, because I can look at, oh Lord, this is going to be a shit show. It's going to be amazing. Okay. I should actually think about these together, because I now know, actually, if I look at these cells and these cells, now we get to look at this. So now these sum to at least 6, plus 3 is 9, plus 1 is 10. So those sum to a minimum of 10. And so that means that these actually sum to a maximum of 13 now, if I do that. So let me record that as maximum of 13 for these. So now if I look at this, this is now a maximum of 24 plus 13. Sounds like 37. Plus 8, 9 is 47 into 54. Plus 9 is 63, which is, in fact, the sum that they need to be, I think. So if I did that math correctly, we have now hit minimum equals maximum. And so I think that this is, in fact, 63, or 63, right? So assuming I did that right, double checking could only possibly make it worse. So we won't bother with that. Means that the blues need to be from 1, 2, 3. The yellows here need to be from 7, 8, 9. These need to be 8, 9. These need to sum to 13. And so I minimized it as these two being 1, 2, and that being 1, right? So it was 6 plus 6 plus that is, sorry, 6 plus 3 plus that, yeah, was 10, yep. Okay, so yeah, so it was 1, 2, and that being 1. So that's a 2, and that's a 1. And this cell I know is 9 to get there. So that's a 2 just by sudoku. I have to put the 2 in the box somewhere. So that's not a 2. These are certainly from 1, 2, 3 at the very least. For sure. Do I know where the 1 in the box 6 goes? I'm not sure that I do. I do know all of these sum to 10, but that doesn't quite tell me anything yet. The 4 greens only sum to 13, so 1 is assuredly not too small for green, right? Unfortunately, I don't even think a 9 is too big for green. Yes, this digit goes here. There we go. That's the way. That the converse of me placing the 2 here is that this 8, 9 goes here in this box. And so it is, in fact, an 8. So that makes that an 8 and that a 9. Okay, and so that makes that a 7. Makes those an 8, 9 pair, which makes these an 8, 9 pair. And we know the order. That's an 8 and that's a 9. Or a 7. Take your pick. So that's a 9. And I think it's the last 9 in the puzzle. Let's see. These are a 3-7 pair, I suppose. Yeah, it's just saying the sum of green is 13. It's not a 3-7 pair? How could it possibly not be a 3-7 pair? It is true. These do sum to a maximum of 5 because these are minimum 6. So these are maximum 5, which means that these are certainly both blue. So they're from 1, 2, 3. I'm going to redo this as a green diamond so that I can color them in the traditional color of their people. So we've got those are from 1, 2, 3. These need to sum to, because the sum is 13 of the green diamond, and those sum to at most 5. These need to sum to at least 8. So they need a yellow on them somewhere. So one of these two digits is a 7, is what I'm saying. So one of them is a 7, and they need to sum to at least 8. Yeah, okay. Mekdi is encouraging me to look at the 29 clue, which currently sums to 18. Plus 8 would be 26. So therefore, actually, these both need to be blue in order for that to possibly work. Because if I make this, yeah, so these both, yeah, those sum to 26 at minimum. So these sum to a maximum of 3. So in particular, that one's also not 3. And that one is a 1 or a 2. And as noted, now I need a yellow digit to go on this box, or it doesn't work. Because if I don't make this digit yellow, the sum will be way smaller than 13. So this is, in fact, a 7, since that's the only yellow digit. These are both blue because I've got all the yellow digits in the column. This is yellow and is an 8 because of sudoku. So this is a 2 or a 3. So these are both yellow. These are both blue. These are both yellow because I've got all the stuff in the row or the box or whatever. These are both blue. Okay. So this is a 1 or a 3 for what it is worth. These do need to sum to 6, which they will not if I make this a 2, right? If I make this a 2, the sum can't be 6 because this maximum sum... Well, the only way I would get to 6 is if I made both of these 2, but that's not going to work because as soon as this is a 2, that's a 1. So this has to be a 3 in order for this to work. And now these, in fact, need to sum to 3. And so they now are a 1-2 pair in some something. What a 1-2 pair by any other name smell as sweet or something. Where does 3 go in this box? The 3 in this box goes here now. So this is the 7. So this is the 7. So this is a blue. And it is a 1 or a 2, which makes that a 3, makes that a 1 and a 3, makes that a 2 and a 1, makes that a 1. So these are a 7, 9. These are a 7, 8. And I probably should look at this 29 clue and say that those are 18, 20, 21. So that needs to be an 8. Got a 9, 7, 8, 7, 9. That's a 2, 3, 2, and a 3 and a 1. Very nice. I appreciated that it was pretty clear from the setup what to do, and that everything turned out to be sort of like at the minimum and maximum. I I was a little nervous that this puzzle was going to involve like, oh, you've got 3 degrees of freedom, so you have to like figure out how the degrees of freedom interact with the fact that it's a mean mini and something something something. Uh, but I trust Nell immensely as a setter, so I was pretty sure that that would not happen in this, and indeed it did not. This was a very nice puzzle with once you sort of figured out the like, okay, how many things do I have to think about? It was pretty clear, and it worked out beautifully. Uh, yes, the figuring out which digits. There wasn't zero effort in figuring out what digits were in the puzzle. It was just that you got all of them at once. Uh, Now, I'm sure you could do an interesting puzzle where you had like some shorter little killers and had to play around with the degrees of freedom and figuring out what digits were involved in the mean mini, but that would probably be complicated. Uh, all right, though. I think I am going to wrap up there for today. Big thank you to everyone for hanging out. Welcome to all the new folks who came over here from the SudokuCon stream. I hope you had fun. I hope I see many of you at SudokuCon, because we will definitely be there. And it was revealed earlier that Zach is also planning on traveling to SudokuCon. So if you would like to meet Zach in person, we will hope to see you there. So tickets are on sale now, and if you buy them now, they're cheaper than if you buy them later, I am told. There may or may not have been a Renbon incident. SudokuCon is a convention in Boston in April? Question mark of next year for Sudoku enthusiasts to go hang out. It's nice that he's letting me come home. Well, I mean, I don't know that I said, yeah, the Zach will definitely at least be there. Yeah, I might be taken as his emotional support animal. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, all of the information where Tristan says below. So anyway, thank you for watching. If you are new, please subscribe. We do this a lot, and we'd be happy to see you. And do check out the Sudoku topology videos. I've been having a lot of fun with those, and they have been an enjoyable diversion. And you can see. If you've ever wondered how bad I would be at scanning without chat to help, you can see the answer is very, very, very bad. So if that is what you have wanted, if with no chat and no mark, to see how those work. I'm curious, by the way, did anything special? I'm just noticing the in this puzzle we just did, it grays out to say that we've got all the 1, 2, 3s and all the 7, 8, 9s, but it doesn't gray out to say we have all the 4, 5, 6s, which of course would ruin the whole thing right away if you did that. I'm curious, did you have to do anything special, or did it just automatically behave like that? Or are there some secret 4, 5, and 6 like entered off the grid to make sure that it doesn't give away what the digits are in the puzzle? They should have mark as a DLC, yes. Sudoku topology should definitely have a mark button. Also, I feel like the mark button should just be integrated into Sudoku Pad. I understand Sven is somewhat nervous about implementing it because it might not technically as do everything, but I feel like it would be nice to have just as sort of a built-in it might work feature. Anyway, if you have given to SudokuCon and you still have more to give, we welcome your donations and support at the zetamath Does Puzzles complex. So you can always become a YouTube member, which we greatly appreciate. It gets you access to the Zach emotes. Or one-time donations are also welcome. Ron says the Sudoku topology videos are challenging because we want to shout at the naked single, or things like 3, 4 pairs, use a 1, 3, 4 pencil mark. Yeah, I'm sure that happens a lot. Like, there is a video coming, I don't know how long it is, because I've recorded a bunch of them in advance, because I tend to record them in 4-hour blocks. And there's one where I say, just keep saying over and over again, I'm sure I'm missing something dumb, but I can't see it. And I'm sure you're all shouting at me what the thing I'm missing is. And then 10 minutes later, I see that I have like a 2 pencil mark next to a 1 on some sort of constraint where that doesn't work. And so it is, I'm sure there will be some moments of watching them where you go, oh Lord, how is he not seeing this? But anyway, huge thank you to everyone. And last but not least, thank you to the Turbines, the supporters who donate at the top level: Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, and Plonktime. Thank you so much. I'll see you all real soon. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.